was a rental property or was it an actual home?
Sorry, let me just my brain. Uh, I'm sneezing almost. I'm having one of
Take
those.
care
Oh,
of that.
Jesus.
Mm.
There you go. Also, I can just turn on my camera. So yeah. I gave myself a haircut, so if it looks shit, that's why.
Looks good.
Oh, it's done now.
Yeah,
Doesn't look like shit. It looks done.
okay, cool.
Do I get
Dean cutting your
inspiration?
own hair.
Do I get inspiration
Yeah.
for complimenting the DM's haircut? Does that provide an in-game bonus?
It means you get plus.
You don't
1.
die.
You get +1 DM rep.
Oh, I'm writing that down. I'm marking that on my character sheet.
Yeah,
I have
plus
+1
one
DM
DM
rep.
renown.
I would also like it noted that Alex is freaking out about the haircut.
Yeah.
She is here and she's losing it lately.
Is
There
it
is
like a positive
hyperventilating.
thing or a negative
Is
thing?
it a positive thing or a negative thing? Yeah, big positive, very positive. Hyperventilating, positive,
Alex
good
thinks
haircut.
you're cute. Alex thinks you're cute.
That's very cool. I think Alex is also very cute.
I'm thinking
He
that
also thinks
you're gonna see your haircut featured as fan art for Mal now.
Nice. Well, hi Alex, you're very cool.
We already knew this, man.
Yes. Also, might I politely request that you change your profile picture? Is that okay?
Oh, haha.
Mm.
I don't know if they're there.
Okay. Well,
Yep. Hey, boobies.
They're non-binary.
I know, but regardless, there is still some level of discomfort that it grants me, and I might.
Fair.
Continuing with the recap. So yes, the party throughout the morning began mustering unintentionally. They just were waiting to be greeted by their patron. In the process, quietly, we were regarding each other at the stoop of this rental property. I didn't think we actually established that. I can't remember. Was it?
It wasn't established, but those of you who are familiar with the history of Victory's Rest assume it's probably like more or less just an abandoned house, because this place used to be a thriving mining town,
Okay.
and now it is. Well, it's not necessarily a ghost town. Its population is a lot smaller now than.
Gotcha. So it's a repurpose. It's been repurposed.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. But basically, its only function is a small trading post at the moment.
Gotcha. So repurposed domicile. Got it. I think Xiao Xiao would know this. Anyways, but respecting that it now has an occupant and a very skilled-looking bodyguard, Xiao Xiao did not want to press matters and waited for it to be addressed by the occupants. So he did wait for everyone else to make their appearance, and did not. And going by his normal status quo, he did not break the ice until everyone else was there, and everyone did start greeting each other, and he approached everyone else, and some common, some polite greetings were made before the master of the house, Alendril Merkenthor, and his bodyguard, Marenker, a dragonborn who has zero patience for bullshit, came out and greeted them and invited them into the house to discuss the offer. After a bit of grab ass was had over some charcuterie boards and meat, the party formed up in regards to gathering dispatching some griffins who had set up a nest and had begun killing or had begun harrying innocent bystanders in the mountains relatively close by. Probably within like a year.
The exact details of what they had done was not super clear, but basically the usual is griffins come down, they kill horses, eat them, and they kill anyone who tries to stop them.
They become
and
very
they also-
violent.
Yeah, they also take shiny things. Yeah, as you discovered later on.
So the party agreed to the request, negotiated for potential improvements on the bounty, as well as access to additional resources. Shakshel offered to utilize the specialized rickshaw that he brought with him to help carry materials that they acquired. And they made their way to the potential location and began trekking through some dangerous mountain paths and cliff sides while being accosted by both natural terrain and harpies. And after a bit of cautious navigation and some very good I guess insulting and possibly good pot shots at the harpies, they made their way to the griffin nest and were able to knock them out pretty well handily. Although they did take some pretty heavy knocks in the process. They were then followed up by another
Speak
group
for
of,
thyself.
They were then followed up by a rough. Actually, Shadow didn't take too much damage from it either. It was mostly his wolf.
You were crushed for several rounds. That counts.
I was pinned. I didn't take damage from that.
No,
Just
but
saying.
that's a big hit.
That's a big. I was pinned. I wasn't down. Anyways, the other members of the party did take some significant hits, but nobody was seriously dispatched, fortunately. And while we were harvesting the parts very capably, might I add, we were approached by a rival group of hunters who were quite cross that we had taken out the griffins that they had been trying to get access to, and they negotiated with us to have access to one of the trophies of the griffin heads, and it almost came to another fight. But fortunately, through some cautious, careful negotiation and one-upmanship, we were able to avoid a fight and potentially make allies for a future encounter sometime down the road. Unfortunately,
Although
we
the
were.
initial reception still left some tension.
Yeah, there was some tension.
Yeah.
And then we returned. We returned with all the parts that we had harvested from the griffins, as well as one fertilized griffin egg that was close to being hatched, and returned to Alendril's rest to his home and collect our reward. And
You
everyone.
also have that little box.
Yes, we also have a box. Yes, we have a box that has some strange runes on it that we are unable to decipher. People wanted to fuck with it while we were on the trail, much to the chagrin of several people in the group who were agreeing, yeah, that's probably a bad idea, especially on the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
FBI, open up!
After a long rest, Alendril has the capability of setting up rooms here. If not, you have been given plenty of offers to go purchase rooms in local inn. It'd be like 5 silver a night. For it's definitely be large amount of stuff about that.
A little bit less for me because I bought a whole bunch of materials to try to make potions.
Just and I think Malthon also definitely went a little bit mad scientist and just went kind of crazy with all the ingredients and all that kind of thing. Yeah.
Very much
Yeah.
so.
Yeah. So, I'm assuming. What do you guys want to do when it comes to the morning? believe
So-
has mentioned that he would meet you at Malin in a week or two. He's got a little bit of stuff that he needs to do with his, newly found ingredients. But he will meet you there in a little bit of time. What would you guys like to do now?
No, we still have. Do we give him the griffin egg, or did I?
You did not give him the griffin egg.
Okay, I want to take the griffin egg to some druids, maybe to some like rangers or another druid group, so they can find it a safe place away from other people.
Okay.
But that's only if everyone else agrees to it. If they want to
Yeah.
sell it,
That
then
would definitely be like a
it's against me.
multi-day trip
Yeah.
out of your way.
So, well, first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get up bright and early before everyone else, and I'm going to go to. I guess we have provisions and all that place. Maybe even to the inn to see if I can acquire some fresh ingredients for food.
I mean, you can absolutely, you can purchase. I don't know how much food.
I want to
you
get enough food to feed everybody in the house.
Yeah. Everybody in the party or everybody?
Everybody in the party.
All right. So let's say 5, just because.
5 gold?
Yeah. No. 5 people. So let's just double check how much a ration is. And are you looking at like
Fresh
big
ingredients,
feast?
fresh food. Not
Yeah,
a big
I know.
feast, but just meals, just nice hearty meals.
Okay. Yeah.
So maybe like eggs, meat, vegetables,
All
fresh
right.
things that I can cook.
I am just going to double check the price of a ration, so it's not super way
Oh,
up.
1 gold, I
Okay.
believe.
In which case, I'll say it'll be half that. So it'd be 2 gold, 5 silver. 5
Okay.
silver per person, basically.
Okay. So yeah, I spend.
For like proper party stuff.
So I have 17. 5 silver lamps.
Lots of meat for Billy after yesterday's demonstration.
So yeah, I roll up. I take my rickshaw because I have my rickshaw and I have my wagon, my special,
Yeah.
my special. Basically, that's a chuck wagon now. I
Yeah.
put the ingredients inside of that, and I quickly roll back to the house,
Mhm.
and I go and do I have a mess kit? I fucking forget.
You did all of this and you didn't even check if you had a mess kit?
If you don't, then the
I mean, a
house
chef's kit.
Yeah. If you don't, I don't think you would have because you start with one.
Yeah.
But
If you don't
not
have one,
necessarily.
if you don't have one, I could help you out with that.
Oh, you can make it because you're an artificer.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, please
I have
do.
the right tools for the job, baby.
Yeah. So I guess what's gonna happen is I'm gonna start looking for like cooking supplies, cooking utensils, but I realize there's not that very many good options, and I only have a little bit of stuff. So you'll start hearing some stuff clanging around in the kitchen area of this house that's been abandoned. So I guess maybe Atika would wake up and hear that, and maybe smell the fire getting lit and all that.
Yeah. There are some like pots and pans.
Yeah.
that
And I have
haven't
an
been
iron
cleaned
pot,
that
but I don't have a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, there are some things, but they're a little old. Probably haven't been cleaned in a while.
Yeah. So yeah, you hear Shao Chou scrubbing away at pots and pans and kind of grumbling because his plan is not working out as well as he intended.
Those of you who are paying attention, Alendril has been up probably all night, just working in his laboratory.
So yeah, what is Atika doing now? Since the orc is making a bunch of noise in the kitchen.
She'd stir and probably like shout like, "The fuck is all that noise about?"
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to wait. I was trying to wake you with food, but instead I woke you with noise and dirt. I'm trying to cook breakfast, but unfortunately I lack kitchen accoutrements.
It's a little weird that you thought you were gonna make some food if you didn't have anything to make it with.
Mm.
Well, I thought this house would have stuff. I misjudged the location. And the orc looks rather embarrassed when he says that.
She like rummages around in her pack and she grumbles about this is gonna take me about an hour. Very specifically an hour.
What's gonna take you an hour?
I can get you the tools you need. You know, a saucepan, things like that. What are you trying to make?
With that, he lifts the chest. He opens the chest door, and there's a bunch of fresh food and produce and stuff inside. It's like, I'm gonna cook all this stuff for everybody to have a nice hearty breakfast. So I can try to convince you to let me get the egg to a refuge.
And she like cocks her head a little at you, and like one of her eyes like twitches a little. And then she just mutters something that it sounds like it's not to herself. It's to somebody. It's not you though. And then she begins going to work making the tools.
Okay. Well, while you're doing the tools, Xiao Xiao goes about and just starts cleaning all the dirt up off the kitchen area. This probably hasn't been utilized. Maybe for some laboratory work, but not for actually cooking food.
So yeah, given the time that you'd like to take, I imagine after you make these tools after some time, you will probably almost immediately go back to bed. You're aching like hell from yesterday, or at least you sort of sit down and continue to rest, even if not actively sleeping, and then. The rest of you are, awake when you'd like to. And,
Probably not too much longer into the amount of time, and the amount of noise now it doubled coming from the kitchen.
Yeah, there's a bit of noise going on.
She's not only banging around making things, but she is also muttering like profanities at both herself and others. She seems to be discussing business propositions with somebody. So she's making plenty of noise.
Xiao is observing this very quietly while cleaning, and he's not making any comments. He's just being he's basically being Sir Richard Attenborough, just like observing animals in the wild. So he's observing Atika in her natural environment, which is a workshop environment, making things.
But yeah, you guys, you guys can after some time create a hearty breakfast there. Feel free if you want to make a roll there, Xiao Qiao, to see how well you present it. I know the feature creates the food, but I'm just curious as to how well it is presented. You good there, Flakes? Ah, there you are. Sorry, I didn't hear a response. I mean, it definitely looks like a little bit of a bash up. Like,
yeah.
What are you making like a full English, or what are you trying to do?
No, it's definitely I mean, it's a lot of meat because he knows that everyone here likes meat apparently. So it's actually he actually got some thick cuts of pork belly basically. It's not bacon, it's pork belly. He also got some steaks. Actually, some like they're probably like some T-bone steaks.
It'd be mostly pork.
Mostly pork.
At the moment.
Maybe
Yeah,
he
like,
he was probably able to barter with somebody for a steak.
Yeah, you can get it. You can get a couple of beef steaks.
Yeah,
it's just if you're buying it from the tavern, they probably only have one type of meat at a time.
Yeah, mostly pork. So it's pork belly, eggs, a little bit of like tomatoes, mushrooms, and and maybe one green thing, possibly broccoli, because that's pretty hardy.
Or maybe like some like I don't know, wilted ass spinach, like fried up in a pan.
Well, he also gathered herbs on the way back.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
some
like
some
watercress,
dandelions and stuff.
Yeah, watercress, that kind of thing. Yeah.
So he prepares a nice stew.
So it's a little shaggy looking, but those of you who could smell it definitely are like, I can smell that doesn't matter.
That's good stuff.
But yeah, so yeah, you guys, if you so wish, tuck into the meal.
I apply fork to plate and then fork to mouth repeatedly.
Yes. Okay. Cool. You eat the plate.
I
Congratulations.
do eat the plate.
Um,
I'm very sleepy.
That's a fair assessment when you're eating pork belly, my friend.
Yeah. So yeah. After a greasy but delicious breakfast, the sun's probably been up for maybe an hour and a half now. And yeah, while it is quiet and as considerate as one can be when performing alchemy, you guys can still hear Alendril is in the laboratory, and you occasionally hear like bubbling and sizzling and hissing and a little bit of clinking of glass.
Also, while he's preparing the meal, he actually is able to make not really hardtack biscuits. He actually makes 2 cookies, some almond cookies, just some shortbread almond cookies, and he gives one to Atika, because she helped him with the kitchen. And who else? And he gives one to the other ranged, the took big hits.
Kitchen. Baby, I made the kitchen.
Exactly. You helped a lot. So he gives one to you, and he gives one to Malthar. And those ones, you can eat them, and they give you temporary hit points.
Ooh.
Equal to 4 plus. Oh no, that's not it. What's the temporary hit points?
Does it specify that those last for a specific period?
Yes.
Not the temporary hit points, the cookies.
Yeah. 1 second. For the meals, 4 plus your wits proficiency bonus.
I definitely know on those.
Yeah, number of treats equals your proficiency bonus. They last 8 hours after being made.
Okay.
You can use a bonus action to eat when you're points. You get temporary hit points. So you get plus 2 hit points when you eat the cookie. So you can eat it now, or you can eat it any time within that 8-hour window.
Yeah. All right. So it'll probably be like 4 p.m., 3 p.m. by the time these cookies get a little bit stale.
Yeah. So if you want to eat it now, you'll have 2 hit points until your next long rest, until they get used up.
But yeah. So.
And that's it for me.
Yeah. Do you guys want to do anything with that box or anything, or do you guys just want to keep on going, or what's the plan for today? As a reminder, Alendril asked that you meet him in Melian.
Well, I mean, I guess if everyone's waking up, the other thing that the reason Xiao prepared a spread is to get everyone together so he could propose. I would like to take the egg to druids or other wardens of the nature so they could find a preserve or someplace safe for the griffin to grow up without being harassed by people.
I would like to stand in the way of that and make sure that we get paid some kind of finder's fee by this organization that we're going to be giving it to. I worked hard to get that egg down from that mountain.
Right here. I appreciate that a little bit myself because I need some funds when traveling.
Compensation. Right. I'm sure our mechanic friend, who's neck deep in that pork belly over there, called me out.
She says, I'm always neck deep.
To each their own, would enjoy some compensation. That's all I'm saying. It's my only requirement. that we get, we got what 50 gold for the head of that other griffin. We should get.
where's the
Yeah,
egg?
and we should have gotten more. And she slams her hand on the
Real,
table.
real quick.
Mm.
Where is the egg, and where has it been overnight?
It's probably been kept someplace safe.
We
Probably.
hand waved the night, so
Yeah.
I assume that Alendril has some sort of
Yeah, 'cause
safe.
we weren't sure if it was going
or-
to hatch soon, so we probably kept it somewhere where if it hatched, it would be kept away from getting out.
Does he have
so
an
I could-
incubator big enough?
No, but there could be a spare room.
A heat lamp?
and
perhaps?
and Delendril could probably mix up just like a little heat lamp in a bottle, and just sort of put it there.
Yeah, a water
I thought
bottle.
you were gonna say some kind of like thing to pour over the egg, and I don't even know.
Like some insulator, yeah, maybe.
Wait a
or
minute.
like
Keep it from hatching.
Because we put didn't we talk about putting it in that box that time doesn't move in?
It wouldn't
It's a
have worked.
living organism that wouldn't work.
We had a whole thing, and then Sam wouldn't let us. 'cause he
No,
hates it.
okay, yeah, that's what I thought, but I wasn't sure.
Okay, Nate, you have you lose your DM renown.
Oh fuck!
I'm
Shit.
talking shit, man. Get hit.
Shell here is
Did I
all three
mention that-
people wanting money, and he sighs, and he kind of looks over to where the egg is, being kept, and he looks back to everybody else like, I can't guarantee that you'll be offered money for the egg's safekeeping. However,
I
I
can
can
guarantee I'll
offer-
be offered the money for the egg.
I can offer that because I will offer to recompensate you for your time and pain for acquiring the egg, both either in my services or in the money that I earn for whatever services we do for Alendril and for other services rendered until we get equal amount. You said, for a fair amount for this egg. Because I want to make sure that this child, this creature, is taken someplace where it's not, murdered for just being alive.
Well,
You hear a slight bump from the room with the egg in it.
are
Well,
we?
what's the going rate for a pet griffin nowadays? An exotic pet, that's gotta be, you gotta pay handlers. I'm looking at fuck, Josh, your character's name is never sticking in my head. Maltharn. No, yes, Maltharn.
Maltha.
I look over at you and I'm like, I mean, acquiring, shipping, training.
I don't
those-
want to make it a pet. I want it to be a free animal in the wild.
No, but I'm looking at, market value.
Okay, fine. You want to price that? That's fine.
Yeah.
Fine.
market
You can talk to
value-
somebody about that. We can agree on
market
that
value
price.
for a freshly hatched griffin chick or fertilized griffin egg. If someone wants to, they can make, I would say, probably a history sheet.
Can I assist whoever has the best history? I guess I was assisting Maltharn. Would you roll, Maltharn? Because I looked to you because I assumed monster
Yeah.
hunting experience.
And
Or-
although you did rogue shout shell, I'm gonna let you hold on to the results of that roll just to make sure they're not shortchanging you.
Right, so
But yes, whoever else wants to roll Malthan, if you want to, you can.
it was history, correct?
Yes, Mr.
According to the DM, the egg is a child because it is fertilized and it is near hatching. We had this
Okay.
discussion last time. That is the who.
Like,
Did he get advantage?
The point is, it could, if it were, the point is, if it could be, if the egg was cracked open, the hatchling could, in theory, survive that.
Oh, okay, all right. That's
Like,
because I was about to be
Yeah.
like, wait a minute.
No,
Its sibling was recently hatched. It was close to being
Yeah,
hatched.
like, it could hatch in the next day.
Hour.
Potentially, or even hour. Like, it is moments, effectively, from hatching.
I
It's
was
not
thinking-
like,
now,
it,
now that I
it's not like halfway there.
Tika will
Like,
probably be like, we have no time. We have potentially no time to be arguing
Yeah,
about this.
yeah, like, it, and, yeah, Malthan, you're not sure. You know they're expensive, You
Can I roll?
probably wouldn't let it go for. Yeah, if you want to, sure.
Oh, ignore
Yeah.
that. +2.
Yeah, you're good.
That's
so
my
19,
adept harvesting.
Oh my
Oops.
god,
Nine-
twinsies.
yeah, 19. You probably wouldn't want to let it go for any less than. I mean, it would honestly depend on the condition of the egg, the condition of the
And the
hatchling.
purchaser.
Sure,
Um,
assuming
and
a
the-
average good.
Assuming an average specimen, 500.
All right. And this is a very small town, so if we're going to be selling it and trying to get that money, it's
You
definitely
will
going to be a
not-
live
you will
hatchling at that point.
Almost certainly not be able to get it anywhere without it being at least a couple days old. Also,
Right.
none of you know how to handle a griffin hatchling.
Okay. New pitch, out of character. We raise it as our son.
You can certainly try.
Oh, jeez.
We leave it with fucking. We get, we hire an assistant. We make Alendril hire a sidekick for us
Okay.
with expert.
You've
Does-
got a Wildman with you. He could probably help with that.
Yeah,
Talk
does
to him about it.
one
Talk
of
to him
us-
about it. Talk to him.
I'm
Talk to your party.
Hmm. I mean, honestly,
What were you saying, Atika?
I was just gonna say, like, would any of us know of a person who is good with like trading things like
Animal
Like
brokers.
large,
have a-
dangerous, exotic animals?
Yeah, like I'm asking the party.
Most likely, Mouthern or
I don't
Billy.
think-
Most likely.
If you guys want to make another, I'm gonna say Malthan or Billy can make a history check. It's very high DC. You guys have only ever dealt in dead creatures before.
hmm.
That's not true. I rescued that runaway. Fucking. Oh, what's a good?
Yeah, that seems about right.
What are the? I
Okay.
can't remember the fucking name of the things. What's the name of the digging creatures that they in
Thunderbolts?
Eberron? No, in Eberron they have them as like pets. Oh, fuck. Never mind.
Well, regardless, dangerous, large, exotic. With those stipulations, none of you have had experience with that kind of thing.
Would would I be able to roll because my character lived in a trading post where she probably met a lot of different people
I would say yes, you can roll. As for specific people, you have no idea, but like in this area, you have no idea. What information are you trying to gather, rather? So, like, what kind of person, or like where you would look?
Yeah, where I would look.
Well, for one, you would want either a large city with a heavy trade going on with it. The closest of which would be Marineport, which is probably distasteful to a couple of you. Honestly, most of you, that they would not take kindly to at least two of your party, likely Billy as well.
Hmm.
And given Malthan's general lack of social competence, they would probably not take kindly to him as well. So that would definitely be a bit of a risk. But you could potentially do that. Although you probably wouldn't get as good of a deal as if you went somewhere else. The next closest would probably be Milan. You could try and take it across the sands, but that would be nothing short of moronic.
Thank you.
In your current state. Yeah. Basically, you would need to find someone who was looking for this kind of thing. The trouble with selling like young exotic creatures is you need to almost always find a buyer before you acquire the creature, because it is going to be a problem for a while. For the time that you have it, it is going to be a problem.
All right, so we give it to Shagchel, and Shagchel agrees to pay us 500 in installments.
I mean,
Market value. And your conscience can be, lightened or whatever, and my pocketbook can be heavier.
or whatever.
Weightened.
Yeah, no, like, you throw me 20 gold, I'm fucking done and I'm out.
Well, right now, I spent most of the money I had from the previous job we just did to make health potions for us all, since we almost, lost people with these 2 griffins that we fought.
You know what? I'd accept that.
I hate bondage. Selling this creature to a private person as a pet
Not really.
pisses me off, and I really am happy to work off a debt to you in order to find this creature safety in a wild refuge of some kind. I would ask for your assistance in getting it to someplace along the way, or at least releasing it somewhere where it's away from here and that's not harming people. Because it's a wild animal, it'll figure itself out. It's a strong animal, and I'm happy to help to make sure there's safe. We can get it out safely, if you don't mind the little wait while we get to that point. And one, I would owe you while I'm paying you off. And you can ask anyone in this trading post, pretty much anyone in this region, about my caliber. I've got decades of experience working for me in that regard.
You would be. I will give you a chance to take that. If you want to think about that for a second, there, Shagchel. If you want to take that back, I'll allow you to.
Roll it back. Okay, I'll roll it back.
Yeah.
I guess what would be a better way to establish my rapport?
You can just give your word.
Yeah,
You
my word.
Yeah. How far you think we gotta take?
I don't know. There won't be that far.
I
just need to get away from this area.
Yeah, can I take a quick look around for Franker or Alendril before I say this? Just a quick like.
You sort of take a quick look around. You don't see anyone, and then on your second pass, you see Vrenker in a spot where you didn't see him on your first pass. And he's just looking at you. Just like at the group in general, but his eyes are immediately meeting yours as yours meet his.
I give him a nod. And I say,
a much smaller but still a significant nod.
There's something to be said for future job security. Putting this thing back out in the wild. Obviously, look at Brenker, not right where we got it from. That would be crazy. But, somewhere where it would be able to grow naturally outside of town. So perhaps on
the creature will die.
That's a strange for an egg-laying creature.
Would I know of a place where I could take it? Because I know the region of where druids might be or a circle might be potentially.
You've not personally encountered that many druidic circles or anything like that. Your business has mostly been,
But for my particular focus.
Yeah, and you've also been generally a little cautious about associating with anyone who you're not sure of their intentions, for obvious reasons. So you Also, from what you've heard, druidic circles in the territory of Mernur are pretty rare. Just because Mernur is very much like a dominate and take over the land kind of thing. It just doesn't lend itself well to druidic culture. So if there are any, they're pretty reclusive and they're pretty off to the side. You might have met the occasion of an arranger, but as for personal connections with any druidic conclave that might have the resources and knowledge to take care of a growing griffin, you cannot think of one.
Would I know of any rangers that possibly could take this off my hands and find it safely?
Not with certainty, but you could go and ask one or two.
That might be my best bet.
Yeah, and it would definitely be like a couple days travel there and back. Like you would be spending at least a couple nights in the forest, in the woods, in the wilderness in general.
Okay, new pitch. We chuck it behind the shed because this egg. To recap, nobody wants it. We would have to take it far as hell away to release it, and even then, it would die instantly. And it's more work to carry than it's worth.
Yeah, if I might inform you, to give you an analogy, what do you think the chances of like a couple-day-old human baby would be if you just dumped it in the woods?
Yeah,
It's
but
about-
it's explicitly not a human baby. It's a monstrosity. Most like a
Yes.
fawns can run instantly.
Yes,
Like,
but they
so
also
it's a
get
poor
killed.
example.
Okay, well, a fawn, even a fawn on its own would die pretty quickly because it would be alone, it would have nothing to help it, and it has absolutely no experience running from predators or foraging for itself. So it might last a couple days, but I will say
Yeah,
those
griffins
of you...
require their parents for a little while at least.
Yeah.
Just like bear cubs.
Just like any bird, really. Like, a lot of birds are like they can barely even like hobble and walk a couple days out of the
Yeah, no, with that, Shao Shell is gonna sigh. He's gonna go to where the egg's being kept. He's gonna take his short sword out, and he's gonna put the animal out of its misery.
As you sort of go towards it to do that, Rinka...
Rinka reads our mind again.
Yeah, as you're sort of going to do that, you're sort of reaching your short sword, and you're like, it's most of its way out of its sheath, and Rinka just sort of moves up and catches the bottom of your blade before the tip exits the sheath. Oh, take care of it.
You have resources.
You sat there and listened to us talk about it for 45 minutes, and now you're gonna just take care of it? Like, come on.
Yeah, I mean,
Wanted to make sure you had every opportunity to make use of it yourself. That would be fair, would it not?
It serves to make us all look like idiots.
I
I
feel
didn't
like
look
he's
like
got
an
a point.
idiot. I was doing what I could with what we had available before we lost our
That
jobs.
is simply an added bonus, and I am but one person. I am sure you could deny any assertions I would make as to your intelligence. Besides, I have no reason to talk to anyone else about this.
See to it that it does not find its way into some asshole's menagerie, please.
Do you consider me an asshole?
No.
Then it will not.
There we go. And then Shao sheaths his weapon and quietly leaves.
And he sort of reaches over and just starts feeling across with his finger, just little edges on the egg. And then, again, with surprising strength for his honestly kind of live frame, lifts up the egg without any, like, exhalation or really indication of effort, and just sort of moves it back into the room and closes the door behind it and returns. Now that admittedly momentarily entertaining episode is over, have you anything you require before you leave?
I'm good to go whenever everyone else is ready.
Always ready to hit the road.
You didn't find anything interesting up there? I heard that there was an individual who picked up some Assyrian artifacts.
Oh,
It was heading
that.
up that way.
I mean, I'm willing to give it a chance opening. I have been hit extra curious about the books.
By all means, but grant the rest of us a moment to stand back if you think.
Kind of eyeball anyone else if they want in on this. Suit yourself. I'm gonna.
Would you care for me to take a look at the inscription first?
Probably help a bit. I'll hold it out there.
So he takes a look at it, and his eyes sort of flash over white for a moment, and then go back to normal. They just sort of run his finger. It's an esoteric language. It doesn't directly translate well. But this rune means great. This series means power. This series means change. I would surmise it as great power of change. Do with that knowledge what you will.
Mm.
And what was the symbols again? Do we have this on here?
That should be in.
It's in the worksheets, right?
Yeah, it should be in handouts, player notes.
Okay, yeah.
Treasury note, strange markings.
Yeah, with that, Shogshell looks at it and then blinks a few times and then kind of mutters to himself in Goblin. And then he...
An orc, or?
No, he doesn't Goblin.
Okay.
Let's see here. And then he... Yeah, he reaches into his belt pouch and he pulls out a little like talisman almost, and it's got.
As you pull it out, it looks a little different than the last time you saw it.
Yeah, he looks extremely curious now, and he holds it up to everybody else.
As you sort of hold it, anyone who can see the surface, or at least even theoretically would be able to see the surface of this talisman, if they turn their head, gets this definitely a very strong feeling of being watched.
Hmm.
And I will add a handout for you guys so that you can all see this symbol that is upon the talisman. Let me just remind myself where it's gone.
Yeah. Change shape. I have it on you if you want me to send it to you.
You can, but that is not what it looks like now.
That thing gives me the creeps, is what Atika says.
symbol. That's the wrong one. Alright. Let me just wait for it to be uploaded. Alright, so go. So I'll put it under that. So that's the second symbol, and then I will I will create another one that is the first symbol. Seeing as I cannot do both at the same time, it would seem. There you go. Yeah, I should be able to see it. Is that? Yeah. So yes, it is open, almost like an eye.
Very
Yeah,
curious.
the talisman looked like that on the first symbol, for Shadow Show originally. But then when he pulls it out, it looks like the second one.
Yeah.
And these are like pretty unfamiliar to us.
Oh,
Yeah, sure.
extraordinarily unfamiliar. Only Malkhan has ever seen something remotely similar to this.
Yeah, I have a very concerned look at my face.
If you want to, I would say, Artica, you could make a history check. It's stupidly high DC, though. Yeah, you have no idea. Like, the most you have is... like, there are some, like, similar elements of these symbols to the markings on the box, but you have no idea where either of those symbols came from.
So,
But nevertheless, Chow Chow is holding out the symbol, which all of you feel watched. Those of you who might turn your back or blink feel a tingle down the back of your neck as you do so. And the box sits upon the center of the table, and Vrinker is a healthy 10 feet away from it. And the rest of you are gathered around.
Yeah, Shadow Show does point to the little like circles, the lines through them around it. He says, "Those look like those," and he points on the box's iconography. I'm not sure what the hell that is, but that's why I pulled this thing out, because it looks like that.
If you want specific markings, if you want me to tell you what the specific collections of runes here mean, I can do that, as Franco did point them out. The sort of up arrow is great, or great or strong, or large, that kind of connotation. And the second set of runes, which is it's still on the top line, but it's after the up arrow, is power, or something along those lines. Again, direct translation from esoteric languages is difficult, and it's not always intuitive. And then the last one, which is just the entire bottom line, is change.
Huh.
Balthorn is just staring at this box, and also like the sensation of feeling, knowing what these things are. Still curious, but now with like a little bit of air of caution on his face.
Mm-hmm. So do you open the box?
kind of take a deep breath and then try to pop the box open.
It opens freely as the lock upon it you've already removed, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And as you do so, there is a vial inside. It is strange. It is cracked slightly. And the glass, it's ever so slightly weirdly tinted in different places. Like someone had taken just very, very, very pale tints of different colors of glass and just smeared it through. It's like almost like a slight opalescent hue to the glass itself. And the vial is ever so slightly cracked. And the areas in which it is cracked, you sort of take a look down at it, and it's not a huge vial. The substance within it seems to be like a mist, or like a silvery mist of some kind. Almost like just sort of hints of opalescence in it. And the areas where the vial is cracked, it's almost as like you don't see any of what is in it coming out at the moment, but what you see is that if it were to come out, it looks like the path that it might take. The cloth upon which it sits is anything but cloth. You sort of see portions of it seem to be almost crystalline. Some of it appear to be metallic, various forms of metal as well. It's like some gold, some silver, some iron, and some, as you sort of open the box, it shudders a little bit. A little piece of what looked like cloth previously actually breaks, and you look at it, and it looks like it was actually rock. But it sort of very quickly transitions back into cloth as it moves away from effectively the splash zone of where the vial might have been leaking. Anyone who wants to can make an investigation check.
I definitely.
As you're sort of having a look at this,
What?
real quick,
I see it happen.
yeah, real quick. So those of you who are investigating, by the way, investigation is the physical interaction and manipulating the object and then having a look around. So those of you who are making, I'm assuming you're aware of this, yes?
Yep, I'm definitely gonna touch it.
Yeah,
Alright.
Chow Chow seemed curious as well, because
All
it's
right.
the first
so
time he's
we'll-
ever had
we'll
any
go
idea
in-
what the fuck is going on with this thing.
We'll go in the order of who is investigating. So Artico, you sort of reach forward, make me a charisma saving throw.
Ooh.
Damn.
All right. You feel like you sort of reach to just sort of gently push some of the cloth aside with your fingertips, and as you do, you agitate the broken vial, and a little bit of the strange sort of opalescent mist seeps out onto your finger, and you feel your finger sort of twitch and tingle for a moment, but you manage to sort of shake it off and pull back. Something's odd, but your investigation unfortunately didn't yield any information. Malthan, you sort of reach forward, and this is also happening at the same time. Everyone's just intensely curious about this. Malthan, go ahead and make me a charisma saving throws. Once again, the is agitated.
Oh boy. Wow!
Everyone's getting crits.
Once again, it appears that it's only just the teensiest bit leaking out, and you feel this weird tingling sensation, and you feel like for a moment your finger has one more joint than it's supposed to have,
Oh.
and then you sort of pull it out and shake it, and it seems to be fine.
Never be playing that crocodile game with the dentist.
And Xiao, as you're investigating, I'll need a charisma saving throw from you as well.
Oh no.
All right, that's still enough. It's a very small amount of whatever this is. You feel the same sensation of like tingling, and you feel like you see like the color of your skin almost go gray and cold, and you feel it stiffen a little bit, and then you pull it away. But looking at it, this is definitely some intensely powerful substance. Um, and based on the properties it seems to have, this vial must be, or at least must have been, made out of some magical material to contain it. It is. You've never heard of anything like this before. It is so strange and alien. Um, and just sort of looking at the sort of the patterns of effectively transmutation. This was once, like, what it rests upon was once just a regular piece of cloth, and it seems like as more mist has come out, it has slowly transmuted it into different materials. As you look a little bit closer, one of the materials appears to be skin of a living creature, and as you touch it gently, it twitches.
Maybe we should let the alchemist take a look
It's
at
only the
this.
tiniest little sliver, but it is unmistakably skin.
Yeah, this stuff is weird, and it's beyond my pay grade. I think we should let Alendril take a look at this.
I definitely agree with that. This one is. Ooh.
All right. So are you guys gonna sort of close the box and hand it to sort of go into Alendril's laboratory and hand it to him?
Well, Alendril's not here. It's just Varenka, right?
He's in his laboratory, which is literally just one wall away.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then let's go up to Alendril's laboratory and tell him.
Yeah, so you can sort of open the door, and Varenka's just sort of been watching what's been happening with you guys with curiosity. He seems to have jotted down a couple of notes. And you guys sort of enter Alendril's laboratory.
Oh, I knock. I police door knock. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, so you sort of knock. At one moment. Oh, okay. And you just sort of, you hear a few more clanking noises, and then eventually, you see Alendril sort of pull open the door in front of you, and he is standing there, no longer wobbling, and he is not holding his cane, and just big beaming smile.
Ah, I guess something good happened with your research. We found this.
Yeah.
We found this creepy box thing, and we have no idea what the fuck's inside of it, but it's creepy as shit, and we think it might be within your purview. But you should be careful because it's really creepy.
I might get Franco to help me with that one. He's a bit more familiar with creepy stuff.
It's real creepy.
Well, we'll take a look at it. Thank you. I'll
And
let
like,
you know what I find.
don't touch it directly, and like don't drink it or whatever. Just a heads
I
up.
wasn't. As a general rule, I don't drink strange substances. Right. And anyway, thank you. I'll do what I can. I assume you'd like me to let you know what's going on?
Well, no, we're supposed to meet you later, right?
Yes, but like if I've figured anything out about it.
Oh, yes, please.
It would be appreciated.
That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Well, by all means. Thank you. And you see his sort of knee wobbles a little bit again.
Mm.
Sorry, let me. I'll
Careful.
see you
Don't hurt
in
yourself.
Berlin.
Yes. I mean, I'll be there. I'm not sure, but we're not like affiliated yet. So
Well, sorry. The contracts for. Never mind. Well, if you want more money, a million.
I like
And he
money.
sort of catches his knee and sort of uh, closes the door, and you hear a couple bit more clanging and a little bit of cursing under his breath in Elvish.
Hmm.
That kid's a weirdo, but he's all right.
Trying to make some improvements. Looks like he's making progress, but
Yeah, can't fault him for that. Especially it looks like since he got dealt a shit deal.
I can relate.
Yeah.
Well, considering that we got gypped on the Griffin, which I'm sorry we couldn't come to an agreement on it. Uh, I mean, are we? Or do we want to continue working together in regards to this young gentleman?
I don't see why not.
I got no
This was a
qualms.
continuing contract.
All right. Well, I'm in work of my word. I will
You
pledge.
do you take another look at the talisman?
Oh yeah, I know. I look at it again.
It's back to the first, and none of you feel watched by it, although there's still that feeling of eeriness.
Yeah, I show it to everybody. It's like, yeah, that's
None
where
of
the
you
shit.
saw it. None of you saw it change though.
Yeah, it just looks. It's closed again. Doesn't have it. It doesn't look like an open eye. Things aren't twisted. Yeah, that's where the shit.
So
I found this. I found this in the ruins in the desert a long time ago. It's been with. I've carried it with it just because it's weird. But yeah, that's where the shit. And he puts it back in his belt pouch.
Yeah,
Your eye twitches ever so slightly as you do that. But yeah.
I'll be a bit careful with that thing, lad.
Guess you could say it's a good luck charm. It saw me through the desert when I was in bad shape. I guess literally, because it looks like it's watching me.
And now that you think about it, you did have an easier time navigating out of the desert that one time you picked it up.
Yeah, it's creepy, but it's brought me good fortune in the past, so I can vouch for that.
Yeah. But yeah. Would you guys like to head off?
Yeah.
So I guess we'll go and meet the young master at his next point of interest. But yeah, I guess we have an agreement with him for this job, but I would like to have an agreement with you all. I will promise to help give you a safe passage to where we're going. That's my specialty, is finding the way and also avoiding encounters with wild animals and dangerous terrain, and also bandits and other ne'er-do-wells. So I'll do everything in my skill sets to avoid combat and dangerous locales when possible. As long as you take my advice to heed, that's all I ask.
All right. So as you're sort of speaking, you feel Vrenka's hand clamp around your shoulder firmly but gently. As he sort of turns you towards him somewhat, and then he holds out in his other clawed hand a pouch of coin. For the
What?
egg,
Oh,
I would hate for you to be unfairly taken advantage of in this land.
Xiao Xiao looks at the pouch and kind of weighs in his hand. I guess he's got experience with weighing money in his hand.
Yeah.
So he's
Probably about 50 gold.
50 gold.
Pretty hefty.
Yeah. He takes out 5 gold pieces, and then he gives the rest. He tosses the pouch over to, or he hands the pouch over to everyone else. Just feel free to split that amongst yourselves as you see fit.
It's important to maintain good business relations.
I concur.
He gives a nod and then goes into the room with the egg.
Alright.
11 gold each. Would you update the sheet of the guy who's not here?
Yeah, sure.
Does me well.
Alright. So, oh, I completely forgot to do music. Let me put music on.
Should be 11 gold and 25 25 or 11.25, 11 and a quarter.
We don't have it, but it's just gold pieces.
Oh yeah, true. So one person gets one extra gold piece, I guess, out of you four.
I mean, you only took 5. Why
Yep, I
not
only
just
took
take
5.
So here, just take take a 6th.
Okay.
There we go. Before we start sawing this fucking gold piece, let's just do the easy thing.
That's what the Vikings did with Hacksilver. But
That's
yeah.
true.
But yeah, so yeah, you guys want to continue along the road?
I'm gonna go purchase some arrows before leaving, but then yes.
Right? Yes, you absolutely can do that.
I mysteriously come back from another garden with mint, maybe the same garden with mint.
I usually don't like to just pick a direction and start walking. Do we have any leads on anything specific?
Alendril has asked you to meet him in Malian, in about 2 weeks' time.
No, right. So we're gonna be going. I guess I should have phrased that differently. What I mean is, it will likely not take us 2 weeks to travel to Melian.
With ideal conditions, it will take you about 10 days.
So.
And
is there any? I guess this is a question for me me as my background to you. I have my ear to the ground.
Yeah.
All the time. I would love to know. Just I just mean in like business along the road. What sort of stuff takes place? Maybe I've done a job along that route before. Somebody needs something handled. Just something easy, money. I need constant cash flow.
Yeah. I mean, you've not personally gotten to the point where you have the confidence to do it, but you've heard that there's the occasional troll problem in the swamps and that are between Estalas and Malian.
Okay.
And also, as previously mentioned, there's been an issue with sturges there, which you could probably get a bounty for potentially.
If we roll into town with those, yeah.
Yeah. Also, Estalas has a bounty office where you could probably hand in that griffin head. And yeah, I mean, you could go to Marineport, but they'd probably not give you as good a price for it. Marineport are a little shrewd.
Right, and that's the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Are there donkeys or mules at this trading post?
Yes, but they're mostly like in use. They mostly belong to people, so you wouldn't really be able to purchase one here. They have feed. They might have like a couple of horses or donkeys or mules.
Nothing to buy. Okay, Shogshell's gonna be carrying his rickshaw on shoulder. I guess he could. I guess he could put on his wolf. But no, the wolf won't like that. Nah, he's gonna carry it. He's got the ability to carry because he's got the large frame, or he's got the powerful build.
Does Alendril give us deals on reagents? I forget, or was it just standard? Price?
It's standard
Okay.
price. But he's not giving you a deal per se, but he's giving you like a good price. Like
Availability.
Other alchemists might potentially upcharge you from the base value of the item. But Alendril was just giving you the flat value of it.
Flat rate.
Yeah. Yeah. I need to fucking make an account on the Watch Together website so that it's easier to do.
It does cut down on stuff, but it really, at the end of the day, it doesn't make a huge difference.
Damn,
Damn,
let me just open up our Watch Together stuff. And you could, as a reminder, you guys are going to be traveling for a bit, so you will have some time where, if you want to take things a little bit slower, you could potentially get ingredients on the road. Yeah.
I'll definitely be keeping my eyes peeled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Let me know if we're
Gotcha.
passing over any plains. I've got some foraging to do.
You will be passing over sort of plains and foothills and maybe through a couple of small forests.
Sick.
Also, I will put the fucking thing in the chat, so I forgot to do that. There we go.
Thank you, sir.
And here also. All right. Yeah. So yeah, you've not really with your food. You've heard about that there've been sturge problems in the swamps, and there are relatively frequently troll problems as well.
Okay.
Do they sell acid vials in this town?
No, but you could potentially buy a couple from Alendril.
And nowhere here sells like packed beasts of burden. Did we establish that there are not donkeys for sale?
There are some. I'd say there'd probably be like a couple of donkeys that like a small farmer is no longer needing, or maybe there's like there'd be like a stable in town that someone has like abandoned a horse or a donkey at.
Okay.
But there's not
Wow.
like a wholesale of
Right.
now.
We probably
buy a
could not get
couple.
horses for everybody.
Yeah, you probably could not get horses for
Yeah,
everybody.
no. He wouldn't get one to ride. He'd get one just so
Yeah.
he could put it. He could just attach
Yeah,
attach
I mean,
his rickshaw to it.
You could you could get a donkey, I'd say.
Okay, to buy it or recover it.
You could buy it.
If you
Okay,
want
that-
one for your rickshaw, I would say that's not shock chow.
Okay, then that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna have a donkey.
All right, so just purchase that for the base price in the PHP or whatever it is.
Yeah, eight gold.
Note that I am very heavily considering a pony.
Mhm.
I am purchasing 20 flasks of oil.
All right, that's a lot of oil. I'll say you can only get 10 because they don't make them in that large doses, but you can get 10.
Fair. I will buy the lot with the gold piece.
Yeah, this is a relatively small town. It's really just a stop off. Yeah, but you can get 10. All right.
Also,
Mhm.
Will is sticking close to Billy, and Priya is up in the sky all day.
I am convinced probably by Rugio's presence not to get a pony when he's about as big as the pony, and I'm just like, I would feel foolish on an animal that size next to a wolf as big.
You would not be able to ride a pony. You are not you're not a small creature.
Oh
You're a
shit!
medium creature.
Yeah. I didn't even realize. Carrying capacity 225 pounds. I'm way more than that as my base. Not even counting armor. I would have broke that shit. Okay, yeah.
Also, on top
How about a
of that,
camel?
your toes would be dragging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
But yeah,
incorrect.
so moving, just sort of moving along the road. Are you guys going fast, medium, or slow? Because you guys can just sort of like do a little bit of a power walk.
I don't think we're
or-
force marching.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely slow because I'm doing slow.
Yeah.
I'm looking for shit.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
you want
'cause
to
we're
look for
gonna
shit, it's
be-
slow.
Yeah, no,
Is-
I'm looking for cooking
If
materials while we're foraging.
I just need to establish before we all decide that we're going slow. That going slow will still result in us getting there in those 10 days. That's like the normal conditions, right?
It will be less. It'll be more than 10 days, but you'll still get there within 2 weeks.
Are we gonna be like cutting it real close with the slow pace?
Let me double check. I don't think it's cutting it that close.
Okay.
So it's 250 miles, and at a medium pace you travel 25 miles a day. Let me just remind
Really?
myself. What would you have it be?
No, that just seems very low to me.
You're traveling for 8 hours.
Why does that? I don't know
You're walking.
why. No,
Hey, Sam.
yeah, that's right. I just don't know why that seems so low to
Could
my
you
brain.
could you add a horse to the mounts, or not a horse? Sorry, a donkey or a mule to the mounts?
Yes, I will do that.
Thank you. Shell will approach, I guess, Declan and Itika. It's like, if you'd like, you can hop on the rickshaw. There's space on there for one or two of you. Actually, probably both of you.
I might potentially just hand wave Declan out of it for a little bit.
Okay. Well, Tika, if you'd like to take a nice chill, you'd like to chill out on the rickshaw instead of hoofing it, you're free to.
Before you even finish, she goes, whoop, and gets in the rickshaw, pulls out something like she pulls out from like her jacket like a pipe, immediately starts to puff on it. She's fucking chilling.
Yeah, the donkey definitely does give a little bit of a when she sort of leaps onto it, but
Yeah, the chest that's
After
on there, it normally would take up all the seat, but Shell has tilted it up and lashed it to the side, on one side of the bench, so it's not taking up all the space. So you have plenty of space there.
Have we named the donkey? I think we should name it Chester.
Okay.
It's a good name.
I take issue with that name, but for real world reasons.
yeah,
It just reminds me of stuff.
for dog
Well, then we cannot have that name. Pick a different name.
Yeah.
Alvin.
And the chipmunk.
That's. What if we just called the donkey Chipmunk?
What if we were Alvin and the Chipmunks?
That's our new party name. I want you to know that, Sam.
oh no.
Alvin and the chest.
Alvin and the Chipmunk,
Ale-
singular, and it's the donkey.
Alendril and the Chipmunks.
Oh, that's better. What if we called the donkey Alendril?
As we're preparing to set out, Shell uses his once-a-day use of speak with animals to talk to Rugil, Preya, and the donkey, and he goes, "Rugil,
Mm-hmm.
watch out for the donkey if it's getting attacked. If they're getting attacked by any of the sturges or anything, come
Yes,
to its
sir.
aid.
Yes, sir.
Hey, donkey,
Whoa.
do you got a
Donkey
name that you like to be called? Do they have a name for you?
No.
Does Chester sound good to you?" Or Chet?
No, no, we just decided no.
I don't
Okay.
know.
Okay. How about Denna?
I like that. That's
Denna?
nice.
Hey everybody, this donkey's name is Denna.
Done.
Okay.
Okay. Hey Priya, let us know if you see any of those stupid blood-sucking sturges flying around at us, okay?
Only if they're not
Please.
eating you.
Yeah, that's fine. You can, that's fine. Jerk.
It'll definitely be a couple days before you get to. Honestly, probably a week before you get to the swamp. So that's not really going to be an issue for a while. Let me just go.
Okay, donkey's name has been changed to Denna.
Random.
Um. So yeah. Let me just real quick. 14. That is too much. Let me change that.
Get to the end of the 8-hour
Oh,
march
yeah.
and just look at everyone like, "Why are you stopping?"
Yeah. So yeah, I would say you would get there if you do the whole time looking out for ingredients and everything. You will get there basically on the 2E mark. But you can split it up. You don't have to do, like, say, if you're
Yeah,
traveling
I
through
wouldn't
the
spend
swamp, you just
every
want to
single
get through it
day
quickly.
rushing. Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, do you guys want to head off?
I'm well and ready.
Alrighty. So you guys begin moving off. Is anyone wanting to? Because you guys are sort of moving out. Does someone want to make like some kind of check if they're looking for plants or
I'm looking
anything
for
like
any.
that?
I'm also looking for
Yeah.
monsters and wild game.
What
And
Okay.
I guess I would also let the wolf roam for prey.
Okay.
What is the skill? I assume survival to be.
Yeah, it would be survival to try and find that kind of thing. Yeah.
Does adept harvesting add is searching for that part of harvesting?
Do
I get
I
that
don't think
bonus?
so.
Oh. Okay.
It's the actual
Survival.
harvesting process.
Hmm.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
You're having some trouble, Billy. You should have seen a couple of flowers. But then you sort of eventually come up to them, and they're like shitty and raggedy, and not even the plant you were looking for. Yeah. Shell, are you looking for anything specific, or just like cooking stuff, or that kind of
Uh,
thing?
yeah, any cooking herbs,
Okay.
and any
Yeah.
good vegetables that might be growing around.
Yeah. You find like a pretty nice looking field, and you sort of start looking through it, and you find like a couple onions, a couple turnips, a few different sort of patches of like parsley and sage and that kind of thing.
All those go into the chest.
Mhm.
Fresh ingredients for when we decide to actually cook a meal
Yeah.
up instead of eating rations.
Malthan, you find some nettle, but only because you stumbled or fell onto it and crushed it with your face.
Ah,
Ooh.
it burns. Oh god, it burns.
And the nettle is no longer useful because you crushed it with your face.
I weep as my eyes are burning from the nettle, and then also very quickly pulling out his tankard, saying the dwarvish word again, and then pouring it over his face, trying to stop the burning, but then it just burns more.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Yeah, he just sort of spends the next like half day looking like he's got like chicken pox from all the pricks in his face.
Oh, I could barely see.
I guess I
Yeah.
actually am gonna have to spend a few days gathering food for us, since I only have 10 rations.
Yeah. Unless you have the Outlander. You got Outlander feat, or is
No.
that no? Anyone have that?
I do not, but I would set up my animal
Oh,
trap every night in case there's something.
All right.
Yeah.
If you want to make just a couple of survival checks to see if you get anything from there. What kind of size trap have you got there?
It's the atypical animal trap, so I would assume
Yeah.
like maybe fox or deer at most.
Hunting trap, it's 25 pounds, and it can kill. It does a D4 of damage, so it kills most CR0 and 1/8
Okay.
beast.
Rabbits and such.
Yeah.
Yeah, can catch something as big as a deer, but will likely only hurt it, not kill it.
Yeah. All right. So just roll me a couple survival checks to see how well that goes.
Can I do the same thing as I also have?
Yes,
the same
absolutely.
Trap.
I say 2 checks each.
All right, I'll do it at advantage just to speed it up.
Oh, see, that's smart. I should have done that.
I would say, Billy, you managed to catch. You do manage to catch a like a small buck
Oh,
that you're able
shit.
to dispatch at a distance with whatever weapons you might have.
I have a light crossbow.
Yeah, you can do that. It's a non-issue. And Malthon, I would say you get a decently sized hare.
Now there we go. Make some extra sock stuffers for that and keep your feet warm.
Might as well save that for tomorrow night. I'm like breaking the rib
Yeah.
cage of the deer to like get its organs out.
Yeah.
I mean, I can break down the animals into food for y'all.
Feel free to help. I've only ever really cooked for myself, so
Yeah.
this is just a mechanical for me.
Shao expertly breaks down the animals into food.
We're all just carving up animals on the car.
I fully reserve a leg for myself, and I do not I do not take the meat off the bone in any way. I have a whole skinned deer leg that I am keeping for myself for this.
They call that a deer ham.
A deer ham. There you go.
At this point, I think Attika would want to find herself a kind of big boulder near where they are camped.
There'll be a few rocks
There
around.
you go.
Yeah, and she wants to. She's gonna, and she's not gonna say a fucking word about it. Nothing. She's just gonna get up. She's gonna go find a rock. She's gonna pick it up. She's gonna infuse it with homunculus servant.
So just like a rock.
Yeah. And
Okay.
it will
Could you real quick display that for me?
yeah. Not me citing my sources at the bottom.
Link to the artificer page.
Beautiful.
I did that because that's where the homunculus servant stat block is.
Okay. Because I've not got that.
Why is this music giving Christmas?
It is a
Final
little
Fantasy.
bit.
It's from Final Fantasy 14.
Here, I'll skip some. There you go.
Oh no, it wasn't a complaint. It was just I was just basically polling everybody else for validation.
Okay. Where are we? Well, I'll have to sort out the stat block for that in a second, but
Do you need me to send it to you or send you anything?
let me just real quick check whether it's on the website that I normally use, because I have an extension. There we go. Homunculus servant. Okay. I will. Import the base thing, and then you can edit it.
I still haven't quite worked out in my head what it looks like. I will report back in a moment when I've thought about it a little more.
Okay.
A small demonic
little-
baby with a knife.
I was just gonna say it's just a little guy. It's just a little man. What if it was a cat? What if it looked like Cal?
I guess the quickest way to describe it would be it looks like a smaller stone talus from Breath of the Wild.
Oh, like a
little
little rocky guy.
Yeah,
He's got
like
a
a
big
little rock
middle
guy.
bit and like little rock legs and little rock
Exactly.
arms, but like no definition. It's just all rocks.
Yes, exactly.
Rocks all the way down. Yeah, I mean, just get a Breath of the Wild dill, slap
There
that
you
in a
go.
token.
I've just put it under summons. Do what you will with that character sheet.
What?
But yeah, you can find a nice looking rock and get that going.
And yeah, she just kind of like, grabs it and holds it for a moment, and all of a sudden it just expands and turns into just a little guy.
Alrighty.
Of course, brings it back to the party and is like,
Comes back with a little guy.
doesn't say anything, but is very like, look what I did.
Most impressive. You created a life from nothing.
No, actually.
I mean, if you can make a bigger version of that, that one would be more than handy to help pull the cart as well.
Hey, he's small, but he's mighty, and I like pat him on the head.
He goes whack whack with every pat.
Yes! Yes, vision.
But yeah, so yeah, you guys continue on your way. By the way, just for this journey, has anyone sort of been designated as watch or whatever? Or
Oh yeah, I know.
We said watch every night.
Yeah.
all right.
Usually probably in shifts, 2-hour shifts each. We have 4 people right now, so that's easy.
Every
You
single
also
night.
have a wolf.
Yeah, every single night I'll set the alarm perimeter.
Alrighty.
Keep a watch, but also still alarm, just in case. There. Not a big space, but at least a warning.
Mhm.
Yeah, I set a tent and I sleep in it, but when I'm on watch, I will sit out in front of it.
Xiaoqiu also has a 2-person tent. He sets it up for people who have shelter.
Yeah, I don't share my tent. I want that noted. This tent is for me.
All right, it is noted.
And I think probably I don't know if we're abstracting into multiple nights at this point.
Yeah.
But I would say that
It's just
probably
like,
by the second or third night, you guys realize that after Billy sets up their tent, they also, you can hear like metal clinking and stuff as they set up their alchemist supplies. Like they put it down in there for the night.
So can I get a real quick perception check for whoever's leading?
Leading.
Well, I mean,
Perception.
Malphon was doing it at the start, so he'll just assume he's walking in front, considering he never gets tired, even though you guys insist at sleeping after 8 hours of walking. Eric won't eat and just keep marching for a long time.
All right. Malthon, you catch a shape on the ridge that looks like an interesting rock formation for a moment. And you sort of squint. You're like, oh, that's interesting. maybe I want to go up and take a look at that, and then it ducks down, and you realize it was a person. It's maybe a mile.
Your mic is freaking out.
Yeah,
Am I?
Yeah.
but I got the gist, and I will kind of like not point at it immediately, but kind of keep my head facing that direction.
Is my mic being in now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Significantly.
I'm pretty sure there might be someone trying to greet us up ahead. Their friend wasn't doing too good of a job keeping their fucking bulbous, forehead out of sight up there.
Do you wake everybody up for that?
This is traveling. This is not
Yeah.
while you're sleeping.
Oh, okay.
Shall we see if we can't split off and spot anyone?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, we'll keep loudly walking in that direction. I'll unlimber my warhammer from its kind of like holster,
You
and
don't
I
want to
drape
make
it
your way
across my
around
shoulders.
it or anything?
I assume Malthorn is gonna scout for us. Is that what he just said? And then we'll wait.
Yes,
See how that goes?
I'll try scouting as best as I can and stealthily. Try to
Oh.
split
We'll
off
wait.
from sight.
I mean, you can certainly try. Yeah. So you're what? Do you want to make a stealth check, or what are you trying to do? Okay.
Stealth, because I want to try and head in that direction, see if I can't spot anything. If there's like an ambush or somebody just watching us from a distance, curiously.
All right.
Attempt to stealth. 22. Kind of slip between some bushes or a rock and like.
All right. Very good.
Clamber up there.
Your hunched back makes it very easy for you to appear as a feature of their environment, and you are able to sort of slip forth a little bit easier. And yeah, if you want to make maybe a survival check or something to try and track down where these people are.
Down tootin'. 12.
All right. You're having trouble finding the exact location, but you do find yourself sort of near the area in which you saw the basically the person pop their head down from upon the ridge, and yeah, you're just sort of looking around. You haven't caught any tracks, but if you want, you can make an investigation or perception check to try and spot anyone who might theoretically be in this area.
I'll give it my best shot because I feel like there might be an ambush.
Mm.
Give it perception. Just spying around for things that look out of place.
Yeah. Looking, you're sort of next to like just a cliff that goes up maybe about 20 feet, and you're just sort of moving along in the brush, and you just sort of looking around, and you're not seeing anyone in the brush that you're moving through, but then you sort of feel just like a tiny pebble hit you on the shoulder and bounce down, and you look up, and you see what looks to be a hand, the sort of the edge of a bow and the tip of an arrow just sort of peeking out over the edge of the cliff that you're beneath.
And I am assuming that's pointing at my traveling.
No, it's not pointing. It's not pointing at you or your traveling companions. It's pointing at the road that they would eventually come across.
Hmm. Try to take a peek if there's more than one of them.
Yeah, with that perception check, you could sort of peek out a little bit and maintaining your stealth. You sort of see what it looks like to be maybe a couple of archers, elven based on their frame. Do you know Elvish?
I do.
All right. In which case, you hear them whispering to each other. I hope those two dwarves are smarter than they look. You think the boss will be able to actually remain hidden? He's a big guy. Guess we'll wait and see. And that's largely all you hear.
Alright. Especially since I don't want to be caught out alone, I'm going to try and slink back to the party.
Alright, you can relatively easily do that, maintaining your stealth. You've not, conditions haven't necessarily changed. And you can do that.
Right. Because I probably somehow appear beside the party from a bush somewhere.
Mm-hmm. It's more like you turn around and they realize what they thought was a bush was actually just you turned around.
Yeah, it's just materialized before their eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, do we keep walking or turn around, go around?
Looks like a couple of elves, probably hoping to grab whatever we got. Probably want to go around unless we want to have a confrontation. They got their bows poised, ready, and waiting to strike. Sounds like they've already kind of hashed out a plan of attack.
And they did allude to at least 3 other individuals.
So probably 5 more would be. I didn't see them all, just a few that were talking. Have a boss as well.
I mean, I'm as down for a fight as the next guy, but it seems like we've got other business. I'm curious. I just no, never mind. That I'll resolve that after.
So what was the potential total amount of enemies we've figured out? They talked about more. How many were there as well?
Your guess is about 5.
Yeah, 5 definite, maybe 6.
Yeah, five definite from what Malthan has heard and is telling you. And potentially more than that, but from what they were saying, it did sound like they had a whole lot more than that, if there were even any more.
We could always try and
What if
ambush
we-
them.
Yeah, what if we circled around the other way? We could leave the rickshaw and come get it in a little bit. All I really need, I mean, sneak is a strong word. Let's just not go the way that their bows are already pointed.
Works for me.
Yeah, you guys can just circle around the road and avoid them completely after starting them if you want to do that.
Yeah.
Part of me is like, should we sneak attack them?
Maybe. Do what you want to do.
Ambush.
Sneak attack the sneak attackers.
Yeah.
I'm down. I mean, they're clearly just gonna harm people if they're left alone.
Exactly. Maybe we, more bounties and whatnots and whatnot. Oh, you know, it'd be
don't
awesome
imagine
if we
that
go in and the captain or whatever is like, I'm so and so, and he's got like a name. Then we'll know, like if Redbeard or something, and then we could take his red beard.
Potentially. With those of you who have experience hunting sort of bandits for bounties, a group of 5 probably wouldn't warrant a bounty unless they were extraordinarily competent.
So just breakfast for us then.
Yeah, or potentially they might have some stuff they've stolen from other people.
Hmm.
Well, no, I mean like we will eat them for breakfast.
If you want to do that, then you can do that, I guess.
I think that
Yeah, sure.
that's what we've said we would like to do.
I'm not
Raise
eating
it.
elf for breakfast. That's just disgusting.
No, I'm not gonna eat him. All right, you lead the way, Malthorn. You know.
Oh, wait, before we do this, who has, who of us is like the tank?
I look at Billy.
Would you like me to lay hands on your weapon?
Sure. How long does that last?
So, I believe it's.
It should be an hour.
Depending on what spell you're using, it'll have a
Yes.
duration.
Well, it's Let me pull it up. I'm not sure if I copied it right because it doesn't have a duration. It's not a spell; it's an infusion. And
Oh.
infuse
Oh.
It depends
Yeah,
on how many
no.
infusions you have, but yes, that would be indefinite until
Yeah,
you remove
that-
it and put another.
Yeah. So
Hell yeah.
come
You
over.
would need to have done that. I believe you have to do it as a part of a rest.
Yes.
I don't have to do it as part of a rest. I don't think it has to be a part of a rest. I think you could just do it. It's you get them back when you rest.
If you.
I'm pretty sure in infusions you have like a max that you can have at any one time.
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they persist. Whenever you finish a long rest, you touch a non-magical artifact and imbue it with one of your infusions.
I mean,
Or
I
in- non-magic
definitely
item.
like would have done this at some point.
Right. No. Yeah. Yeah.
I'd say you've not previously discussed it, but I would say for this one, leave it be, and then next one we can.
Well,
like,
how
after
many
this
days
one.
into the travel are we? We very quickly went to abstract. Like, should we have rolled more survival checks to
No,
harvest
no,
and stuff?
I've just been kind of more or less winging it per se. But you're maybe like 3-4 days.
Okay.
It's just a matter of like having actually discussed this beforehand.
Right.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I asked because for me, the number of days that has passed is very important.
Yes. I would say 4.
Okay. So it has been. Okay. Okay. So what infusion did you give me last night? Apparently.
I would say you can have done one infusion. It can be your homunculus, or it can be the weapon.
Oh, okay. I mean,
Just,
all right then.
just give him the time and everything.
Yeah. All right. I mean, yeah, sure. So I
And
guess
then- and then
I
tomorrow
kind of
night
did
you
the
can do
whole
another one.
homunculus thing, so I'm gonna keep that.
Alright.
But was that not the first night?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really aware how many nights has
Oh, okay.
passed. Yeah,
Never
like,
mind then. Sure, have both for now. And I believe how many infusions can you have?
At fourth,
I'm through
at-
them.
at
Okay,
fourth
you-
level, you know 4, but can use 2 at once.
Yeah,
Okay.
only 2 can be active at a time.
So you're tapped. You've got all of your infusions out and going. What does your magic weapon one do? Is it just give it +1 or?
Yeah, it makes it a
The
+1
weapon.
weapon.
Alright, cool.
Is that the one that you have? Enhanced weapon? Yes. Okay.
Alright.
Hey.
Alrighty. So are you guys trying to sort of move around and ambush the bandits, or what are you trying to do?
Yes, sir.
Move around and ambush, yes.
Alright. So who is sort of? So these bandits are kind of, from what Malphant said, it looks like there's a ridge of sorts that they've got themselves on, which is just sort of looking down on the road. It's not a massive one, but it is a ridge that would be difficult to climb up directly. But if you went round, you could go up the side of it and potentially ambush them from there, or you could just simply come from the other direction of the road. So what's the plan?
I mean,
Try to get around them on that ridge again and see if we can't get the drop on the ones that were waiting with the bows drawn.
All right. Yeah, absolutely. So you want to try and get on those guys first.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let me just. So who's who's leading that per se? Who's going
Malthorn has
and
the
going to try and get the
experience.
drop?
I believe Malthorn because he's showing us the way,
Yeah.
and then I will land loudly after him after the
Hmm.
drop has been had.
Yeah, remembering last time, I'm gonna stay to the back.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So who's going up to the scouts? The elvish archer people?
Well, is it who's going up or is it who's leading?
Both, I guess.
I imagine we would get within quote unquote
Like-
striking distance.
So
And then
how
we would all try
how
and
close
go.
do you guys want to get to them before?
Is
like,
there
100
obvious
feet, or
is there obvious cover within say 50 feet of them?
I would say not necessarily within 50 feet. You could probably get within maybe 100 feet.
Jeez. Okay.
I feel like 100's pretty good.
Yeah, there's kind of like sparse forest and then sort of a slightly meandering cliff
Okay.
on one side.
And then we
Or-
just
or
gotta
like
try and be
yeah.
as stealthy as we can across that.
Yeah.
So as far as it'll take us, I don't think any
Yeah.
one of us would be necessarily in front at that point. Maybe me just
Alright.
slightly, but because I'm beefy,
Hmm.
BPE?
beefy e.
BPE.
Thank
EE.
Alright, yeah.
I wish I could put letters on my character. I would just put a bunch of
Yeah.
E's on my token.
Billy Beefy EE.
Alright, so who wants to I guess start the who's going ahead? Is everyone just going ahead to sneak, essentially?
Yeah, safety in numbers. Right?
Right. Yeah, feel free to let's go with Xiao Qiao. Thanks, buddy.
Super out.
He's out like a light.
If anyone wants to take their headphones off, yeah.
Yeah, he is super asleep.
I'm gonna attempt to make a very loud noise if anybody wants to take their headphones off.
Alright, brace yours.
Oh, my, hold on. Nope, hold on. Let me turn off my noise suppression so I can actually make that noise. It should have just sounded like a lot of static to his. Oh,
Yes! Oh, he's alive!
welcome back. Hey, you're all good, dude.
Sorry.
We need a
Long
stealth.
day.
Get up on some bandits. Can you help us out?
Yes.
All right, Xiao Qiao. Y'all are sneaking up on some bandits. How do you guys want to? We're sneaking up. Give me stealth. Do your stealth, my guy.
Oh.
All right. Yeah, bit of clanking, and it does appear to be notice. And the rest of you can make stealth checks to see if you can, hide and duck into other bushes as you approach. But yeah, nope.
Uh-oh.
Yep. Yeah, you guys are fully
Everybody.
seeing. Just yeah, fully noticed.
Hey, we're coming at you. Hey, most of us are wearing heavy armor.
Oh,
Hey!
I've made a terrible mistake with my life decisions.
You just got like a bunch of tin cans on a string strung over your back, and you're like jumping up and down as you run around. Yeah.
Oh my lords of all the holy pantheon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is the doo-doo poopy shit.
Note to
That
self,
is-
never
that is-
try to stealth.
He took his time. It lagged out when I was doing the roll. Sorry.
No, you're good.
My fucking God.
Fucking, we have a 5, a 3, a 4, and a 7.
Oh my God! I didn't realize some of you
I
had
have
armor.
I think I've accidentally made the map way too big. Let me change that real quick. But yes, y'all have definitely been noticed.
How
As,
dare they
you
notice
see,
me?
two dwarven individuals in sort of some light, scrappy armor step out into the road. And one of them shouts, "Halt!"
So the
I'll just
senpai's
do-
noticed us. Fucked.
Yeah, let me just.
And what if we don't?
Well, Kelly,
Not a great reason to stop. That's not what I would say. That's absolutely not what Billy would say. Billy would say, "Not if I kill you first."
Oh, oh no.
Sorry, I was too tactful and tried to be funny. It's not the character.
you're good.
I need to
You're
get back
good.
into the grouchiness of the beginning of the session. Pick and fight with Ranker again. I need to.
Sorry, I
need to
dozed off
handle.
on
No,
y'all.
you're good, dude. It'll
You're
happen.
good. It happened.
Long day.
Very.
It's long fucking 3 weeks. Yeah. I have a store group that's just been a pain in the ass.
All right. So yeah. They sort of step out from like an alcove. And yeah, are you guys just going straight? Like, are you saying not if we kill you first? Is that your response?
Yeah.
Yes, the
Yeah,
answer
that
is
was
Yeah.
it's shouting.
Yeah.
It's going in.
Yeah.
All right.
It's
I
begun.
mean,
Uh,
I don't think Xiao would say anything. He would just pull his bow out and shoot one of them.
Damn.
All right. It's battle time then.
I'm gonna take so many arrows to my body.
Do use some initiatives, my guys.
Oh. Oh, such fancy bars.
Can I switch places with?
I
Can
forgot
be
to click
here
on my
at the
token.
start? Just
Yeah.
because I would be
You
roughly.
can sort of move yourselves into whatever approximate position, so long as you're relatively in the same
I
place.
forgot to click on my token, but I rolled an 18 point. Or
You're
18.
good. You can just here. I'll
Roll
add
again?
a turn for you. I'll add a turn, and you
you can just edit it directly.
edit it. You should be able to edit it, right? There you go.
Thank you.
You're all good.
Curse my low dexterity. I need to take the fucking alert feat. That's what I should have taken at 4th level. Give me some good give me some good initiative bonus.
All right. And sort of stepping out from almost within the rocks
Oh,
is a hulking Goliath figure.
Roog would definitely not be on the road with us. He'd be like hiding in the trees or whatever.
All right. Do you want to make a stealth for him then?
Yeah, I did. I rolled it for you already.
Oh.
It was that 14.
Okay, got it. If you want, you can change that to. You should be able to change that to just straight. Like you can have it openly roll
Public.
if you want.
Okay.
All right. Let me just get some.
Oh!
initiative.
Actually, never mind. We're gonna say, I think for simplicity's sake, we should probably say that we left Homunculus Servant behind because he was never going to be stealthy.
Okay.
He's watching the cart.
Yeah. He's in charge of
He's just sitting there going.
And no one will ever come and fuck with him because why would you ever go near that in a land like this? It's obviously gonna kill you. On this planet, a thing like that is obviously a trap designed to murder you.
Yeah. Yeah. And if anyone comes near it, it'll go beep 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 beep
Excellent.
beep beep beep. beep. And
You
then
trained
when
him
they run
well.
away, it'll go. But yeah. So the yeah. First off, you guys sort of you shout out, "Not if we kill you first!" And then sort of Shell's got his bow ready. And yeah, you guys get an arrow flying your way. So here we go. One arrow goes into Billy for 17 to hit.
Nope. Hold it up, catch it on my shield. Long, sharp
Yeah.
shielded Punches right
It sort
through.
of it punches through and it like nicks your cheek slightly, but you manage to stop it from doing any significant. And then
Mash it with my
you
Warhammer.
bat it away and grit your teeth. 20 comes in, thunk, in your shoulder. I assume that hits for 6 piercing.
Yep.
And then it's the next one's turn, which will again just let loose on you. Thunk thunk. 15 doesn't hit, I assume. You sort of catch that with the shield again, sort of realizing your hubris, sort of hold up your shield.
No, there's no hubris. There is
Yeah.
gritting teeth, and the
Yeah.
smile as the blood begins to flow.
Yeah. And yeah. Then you and then the second one is 21 and manages to thunk into that same shoulder, and you stumble for a second, but you manage to pull yourself together. 6 piercing. Now, Attica, it is your turn as these individuals step
All
up.
right, Atika's gonna pull the hammer out from her holster and then like go down to the ground and hit a rock, and it's gonna burst into 3 pebbles. One moment.
Magic stone time. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna do magic stone. Then I'm going to grab one of those and whip it at this.
Whip it real good.
Yeah, whip it real good. Let me
All right, make your
I just
attack
set it
roll.
up, so hopefully it works.
You throw it, and you do not whip it real good. You whip it mediocre. And he just sort of takes his mace and just bats it out of the sky like a baseball.
For some reason, it subtracted your strength from that, which I don't believe it should have. But that a -1 would not have made that hit. But just so you
No,
know, I think your
yeah.
macro is messed up for Magic Stone.
It does appear to be. But regardless, it would not have hit. So that is your action.
Yeah.
All right. It is the Goliath individual's turn, and he is going to charge. And let me just double check some things. My ruler is doing its thing. Where are we?
Oh, also, I guess we can hand wave that Xiao Qiao would be making treats every time, every morning, just
I'd say you can do that. Yeah.
and he'd be distributing them the same way, one to Itika and one to Malthorn.
Hell yes.
Yeah. So, sorry.
How much temp would that be?
2 hit points, 2 temporary hit points.
So, the Goliath just rushes up to you guys. He is just charging, and he has to dash, but he gets there, and he's just got a great axe, and is just fury in his eyes. It was just about to bring it through you guys, but isn't quite able to before the end of his turn.
Oh.
Xiao Qiao.
Okay, is this like a gradient right here?
Yes, that is like a 45-degree incline.
Okay.
Like you might slip a little bit if you were
yeah.
trying to run up fast, but you could walk up it theoretically.
Rug is going to be rushing up that.
He's quadrupedal, no problem for him.
Dashing. So he's got 40 feet movement.
Mhm.
So he's going to dash to get into between these 2 archers. So he's going to melee. He's just dashing in.
All right.
And he's being intimidated.
And he sort of rushes up to them, and one of them sort of stumbles back a little bit and catches themselves before their foot slips off the cliff, and then they just sort of stand there, and then just sort of begin reaching for their short swords.
In fact, yeah, that's what's going to happen. No, he dashed because he had to get in there. So it's the dash action. Yeah,
All
so
right.
he's not going to attack.
All right.
Rug is going to take his bow, and he's going
You
to
mean
shoot.
Xiao Xiao.
Xiao Xiao, sorry. Yeah, Xiao Xiao is going to take his bow.
Did you not
He's
have to have your action to have rogue dash?
No, he does. He automatically does. If I'm
Okay.
giving him actions, he just does the dash action, or he does the defensive action.
Yeah.
So he's dashing.
Sorry, continue then. Do your thing.
Okay. So Shao is going to take out his bow. Or he's got his bow out. He's going to fire at the archers that were firing at us.
All right. Not flanking because ranged, but yes.
Yeah.
Make your attack.
And he's going to use Hunter's Mark.
So you sort of close your eyes and then just open one, look down the arrow shaft at them.
Oh, I forgot to. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, you got to make an attack roll first.
Attack roll first. I was just trying to shoot it in chat. Okay, so attack roll, longbow.
All right.
Crit.
Very nice. You see the individual sort of whips around, and you see them expose their neck for a moment as they're sort of looking towards Rav. So that is, easier enough. You sort of, they turn, and your arrow goes straight through their throat and like cuts off the front half of their neck. And
So
then
he
they
practically decapitates them.
yeah, and
like
they tumble down.
It's like that scene in Princess Mononoke when he's just decapitating motherfuckers with his cursed arm.
And yeah, they sort of, with the momentum of them turning, you just, and they tumble down the cliff.
Okay, Xiao Xiao is going to kind of, is this a tree trunk over here?
Yes, that's a tree, and that sort of shape underneath it is the trunk, so that you can
He's
go
going to
up
move
that.
over to here to give himself cover from this other archer.
All right.
And he's going to take up a shooting stance on these other guys.
All right, got it. That brings us to this first guy, who is immediately going to rush up towards you, and is going to, make 2 swings with his mace against you. That's an 18 to hit.
Okay.
Does that hit?
Yeah, because I don't have my shield out, so my AC is
Right.
currently 16.
All right, it's 18 to hit anyway, so with a shield it would still be 18.
Yeah.
So 8 bludgeoning, and then as he sort of cracks across your face for a second, and then the second one is a crit, which actually does less damage for 7 bludgeoning.
So how much damage? So 8 plus 7?
Yes, so 15.
14?
15.
15. Okay.
15
Yeah,
total.
that definitely hurt.
Just crack. This dwarven individual is sort of standing, like, sort of, his stature is lower than yours, but he has got a strong base with which to whack with his mace.
Shout, the ancient orc and dwarven rivalry kicks into gear, and you hear him curse out in orc.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Billy, it's your turn as this sort of Goliath individual's rushing up to you, axe at the ready.
I'm going to use my bonus. Oh, I'm gonna roll a D2. I'm gonna roll a wisdom check. Just to decide. Nope, never mind. I'm not doing the smart thing. I'm going to grin and whisper just to myself, and I'm gonna, and I will. You see Billy's arm flare, and again the skin this time not like protected by the layer of fur explodes. You can watch her veins begin to glow, and then the
like
blood
small
shooting
chunks
out.
of flesh fly off as you see lightning scars appear, almost like tears in the shape of lightning appear across her forearms and shoulders as lightning arcs out from them.
You see her eyes crackle with the same blue lightning, and it feeds down and covers the weapon in this crazy feedback loop. and she just swings to uppercut this guy in the chin right as he's heaving back with his massive weapon.
All right. go
And
ahead.
please, I did. A 17.
All right, that does hit. He's not wearing anything particularly tough. However, he looks pretty tough, so that does hit.
Okay.
For 9 and 9 and 3. Let me just double check something here.
I also have Savage Attacker, so I'm just gonna really quick roll another D8, and that's higher, so I'm gonna use that one instead. So instead
That's max
of
damage.
yes, instead of 12, that is going to be 16 damage.
All right. So 16. He is going to stand there, and as you hit, he just sort of takes it, and you feel like as it sort of grinds through his flesh, it's almost like it's grinding against stone for a moment. So let me just. Reduced by 5, so that is 11.
Okay. That's
Yeah,
me. I'm
that's
good exactly where I am.
As he does the stone's endurance thing that Goliaths can do. Yeah, and he grits his teeth. Malthon.
I am going to bonus action Zephyr Strike and then start clambering up this way. Is it half speed because it's a little tough? Or
I would say it's not necessarily half speed, it's just a steep thing. So I'd say just take 10 off, basically.
no? Alright.
As you're rising about that.
So I'd get about there with this
Yeah.
extra boost of speed. And I'll take my advantageous shot at the other archer because I don't want to leave the dog alone.
Ready. Yeah, definitely hits.
Alrighty, as well. Zephyr damage. 11.
Yeah. Passes straight through their chest, and their eyes just go wide for a second as they're stumbling, almost falling off the back, but they're only just holding on.
Have to keep up with Chacho.
Alright. That's your turn?
Yes.
Got it. It is the other thug's turn who is going to rush forward. And they're gonna run up and get planking on you there, Billy. And take a double swing with their mace. 23 to hit. For 5 bludgeoning. And 14 to hit, which actually misses. As you mentioned, swing. You sort of duck out of the way as he swings.
That one actually just clinks off the armor at that
that's
point.
right. It just
Scale. Yeah. I'm just like, I'll get to you.
Yeah. All right. That one is dead. Now it's this one's turn. This one, seeing what happened to her friend, is going to immediately just sort of drop her bow and hold up her hands. So she is, she is just sort of holding up her hands. She's surrendering. She's not. Yeah. She's not keen to get shredded like her friend did. That brings us to Artica.
Okay, I'm gonna walk right over to Billy and do a quick cure wounds.
Cool.
Right.
Love that.
So you're what? Just ducking in that one spot there? Yep. You should reach in just between swings and you just like tap. And a flowing magic brings back 6 healing to you.
I don't know why it's not updating my health bar, but I am tracking it.
It's updated for me.
Oh, my health bar is showing as full, so on my screen. So good.
Okie dokie. So that is your turn.
Yeah, that's my turn.
All right. There's the Goliath individuals go. They are going to finally be able to take their swings. So great axe comes swinging through. 16, you manage to catch it with your shield and mash it off. 19, I believe, hits.
19 meets and beats, yeah.
Yes, so 19 manages to catch your shield, but the pure strength of the strike is just you blows through your shield and catches you across the chest for 10 slashing.
Oh, I gotta make con saves for my concentration on my spell.
Yeah, if you're doing that.
Glad I healed you.
Yeah, I did. I still have a spell up.
What was the damage on that?
10. Yeah, as he sort of just blows through your shield with the second strike. Just first one whacked against the shield, second one catches the edge of it and just pulls straight across your chest, even with the bottom half of it sunk into your shield, and then reaches it out. All right, and he's just fire in his eyes. Xiao Chill, it's your turn.
Okay. I guess Rube would notice that. I guess would Rube be able to determine? I guess can I roll an intelligence check for Rube to
Yes, you
figure
can
out
make an intelligence check for Rube. Or an insight if you want.
insight? Okay, let me do insight. That's wisdom.
Yeah, because yeah, he's able to tell that sort of she's immediately no longer a threat as she sort of like drops her bow and immediately just sort of brings her head lower than Rube's, and he's that's a gesture of submission. And he's sort of standing there and growling at her to make sure she stays there. But yeah. Yeah, and she sort of immediately lets out like a that's Rube leaves her. All right. So what are you doing with your reaction then?
Let's see this spell.
What will you do with your wild and crazy reaction?
I'm gonna move away from this guy and get my attack of opportunity from him.
Alright. Takes a swing. Misses.
I'm going to drink.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drink my drink one of my potions.
All right.
That's how much was it again?
It's 1d4 plus 1 if it's just your basic ones.
Yeah, 1d4 plus 1.
Yeah, your minor healing potions.
3 hit points. That's better than nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That's my minor action or bonus action. And then I'm gonna reach over and I'm going to touch Billy.
That is an action.
Oh, it's an action? Okay, then I'm not gonna do that potion. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm gonna not use that potion. I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on Billy.
Yeah, you can get like a belt that you can pull stuff from quickly. But
I was thinking a different rule set. My confusion.
You're good.
I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on. Billy.
All right. I'm assuming it's not Hunter's Mark.
Just the 4.
Yes.
Yeah, just 4.
Yeah. Got it. As yeah.
And I'm also gonna. I guess am I able to put my shield on, or is that still an action now?
I'd say you can bonus action that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got my bow out right now. I'll drop that and pull my weapon out later.
Sort of reach out towards Billy. What's your passive perception?
Passive perception is 15.
I would say that is enough. You do notice real quick that the Goliath individual appears to have markings around their neck, as if they had been like collared with an iron collar at some point. which is familiar to you, though perhaps this individual may not be. But yeah, that is your turn.
I guess I'd say, who's your master?
I have no master.
Neither do I. Stand down. And then that's my turn.
All right, brings us to the other thug who sort of rushes up and is going to sort of take a swing against you. 120 to hit for 6 bludgeoning.
20
Crit.
to hit.
Yeah, and then crit for 8 bludgeoning.
Second. 8 and 6. Okay,
Cool.
I'm in bad shape.
That brings us to Billy.
Con save or spell. I no longer am concentrating on my hunter's mark.
All right.
I'm going to shift, gaining temp HP and AC.
All right.
Hell yeah.
Max.
Yeah, you see me like double up, and I kind of spare a glance in Shagchell's direction, but then the hammer comes out, and as I'll swing it, I'll say, "Stand down. Better yet, lie down." And I'll swing it with a fucking 12.
You swing.
Think 12.
He actually sort of reaches up and catches it with his hand on the ball of the hammer. Never again. Throws it back towards you.
Cool. That's my one thing I get to do. That's it.
Malthorn.
Seeing the situation at hand, switching to a
You're sort of rushing one way, rushing back the other way after you realize that situation's resolved.
Yeah.
You're just like,
We've got the high ground.
tiny children things, damn it.
I will Zephyr Strike as I pull out a short sword behind this man.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
There we go.
Absolute crit. Go ahead, roll all of that.
God. And then the double damage on that.
So that is, geez, that's a bit, 21.
Yep.
As you sort of jab him through the back of the gut, it was like, and then he sort of picks you backwards a little bit, forcing the blade out of him.
Fuck. Come on, Billy. Swing harder. I've seen you do better.
And that's your turn, I believe.
Yes.
So this thug is going to take a double swing at Billy. First one's an 18.
Nope.
Yeah, just clanks across your armor. Second one swings, and he just sort of like seems to accidentally crack his arm on the back of your armor, and he just reaches down, grabs his mace.
Like Peter Griffin when he busts his knee or shin.
Yeah. And that scout is surrendered. And Artica, it's your turn.
Okay, one moment. Okay, I'm going to really quickly rush over, actually, I am just going to look at this guy right here and cast Ray of Sickness.
All right.
He's got to make a con saving throw.
You have to make a spell attack as well, I believe.
Yeah, for it to hit him.
Okay.
Yeah, spell save is for him to be poisoned or not.
I'm sorry, my like fucking thing.
It's spell attack, so D20,
Yeah,
D20 plus
your intelligence
proficiency
modifier plus your
intelligence.
proficiency.
D20 plus intelligence plus proficiency.
So whatever
It
your
should
int
be,
is plus 2.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my client just froze up. I'm refreshing.
No, it's okay. I fell
How
asleep
dare
earlier. You're
you.
fine.
Yeah.
Technical difficulties aside, you're doing fine.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, you fire off, but whatever apparatus you're using seems to be a little bit faulty, and it actually withers your pinky finger for a second, and you have to like crack it out, and then just nick the tip of your finger to
Pins
let
and
the
needles.
poison pour out. Yeah, fortunately that misses. All right. I believe that's your turn, unless you want to move.
I am actually gonna use a bonus action.
Mhm.
I'm gonna shout over to Xiao Chao and be like, you're not looking so good. Hang in there, bud. And I'm gonna
Are
say,
you trying to healing word him because you've already cast Rare Sickness?
yeah, it's a healing word is a bonus action. Right?
Yes,
But you
but
can't
it's
cast 2 leveled
spells.
spells in the same turn.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
Is that your turn?
Yeah.
You can still shout words of encouragement.
Yes, you can still shout words of encouragement.
Atika is surprised when there is not magic
Yeah.
in them.
Yeah. It is the Goliath's turn, and sort of turns to.
No, fuck, motherfucker thinks he can turn his back. Thinks he can turn his back.
He's not turning his back. He's just turning his head towards Xiao Zhao for a second. Squints for a moment.
He turns
you-
the head of his.
A rat?
Oh.
Stand down! And then the other two individuals say, no, fuck that. And he's sort of holding up, and he's going to take the dodge action. The Goliath. And Xiao Xiao, it's your turn.
Who said fuck that? The one that's killing me?
Both of them.
Oh, okay.
Pretty much, yeah, both of the dwarven individuals.
But the Goliath recognized me.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Like,
Goliath
I yelled to my comrades. We're both former slaves. Don't kill the Goliath. Kill these assholes. And then I whistle to the wolf to come over and help me out. And then I cast Cure Wounds on myself. Whoop.
After
those
this fight, we gotta talk about your savior complex, bro.
real quick, just throwing it out there. There's a pretty heavy bounty for handing in former slaves to Myrna.
Yep. Oh, then
those of you who
yeah. I
I
guess
don't think any of us
wouldn't
are
say that
welcome
then.
in Murnur.
You know what though? Yeah, I think. Yeah, he would say that they're former slaves. Spare the Goliath. Yeah, he would just say spare the Goliath. He's not a fool. That's what I'll say instead. Apologies.
You're good. Just letting you know, keeping that in mind.
Yeah,
There
I
is-
keep forgetting about the
are
bounty.
Yeah,
Keep forgetting the bounty.
you're good.
Yeah, there we go. That's a better heal.
What's that on, Billy?
Yeah, me. I need it. I'm in bad shape.
Yourself. You just sort of touch yourself and
fine.
you feel through your chest.
And then the wolf comes in and is now on this guy's face. Just drawing attention to him. Can't attack him right now. And that's it for me. Oh, I do move closer to this guy.
All right, got it. And he's still dodging, but he's not sort of, with your words, he's not considering you a threat, but he's keeping an eye on both Billy and Malthan.
I move closer to him to show that I trust him enough to put my back to show my back.
Yeah, and he sort of partially reciprocates, but is still cautious. All right. That brings us to this thug, who is going to, move. He's not going to move because he'd get hit by a wolf. He's going to take a swing at Xiao Qiao. Mace swing. That is 14 to hit.
Nope.
And
Shield.
11 to hit. Just clang,
Shield. Actually, well, at this point, when he healed himself, he dropped his bow and he took out his flail. So yeah, shield, and then he actually brought his foot to hit the weapon away with the flail.
All right, got it. And with your sort of newfound confidence that you're not going to be able to attack from the back, you're able to focus your attention on this guy. And then this Billy, your turn.
Now you've put me in the position to ask how much I like Shagchel and trust Shagchel's word. Because fuck this guy, but Shagchel is now telling me to do it. So I gotta decide.
If you want, you can make an insight check on the Goliath.
I would love to do that.
Xiao.
Go ahead.
16.
You've seen desperate people before, and this he's desperate, and you're not super familiar with like the general culture of Minar and Femundra, but you know they're not nice to his kind.
But I know enough that like I was told don't go there because I'll probably be in danger of just like bad shit.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah. Like you would definitely be treated very oddly. There is a non-zero chance of being captured with curiosity.
Right, I'm not gonna go to Alabama. It's the same.
Yeah. And this guy, you can see there are definite like scars around his neck that are like on par with what you've seen with like chained up animals. So he seems genuine. And like the fire has definitely left his eyes, and he's holding a defensive stance. Yeah.
In that case,
However, there are two dwarves who look like they're trying to fuck you up.
Yes. In that case, I will spare him a moment. Like I assume he took the dodge action, and there was that like kind of forceful. He threw my hammer back.
Yeah.
So I kind of am still in that position where it's pointed in his direction. And I kind of. And then I'll turn and just try and smash this guy on the other side of me.
All right,
You
go
better
ahead.
be good for it. Do I? How upset?
As you're sort of analyzing him, are you like trying to hide that you're analyzing him, or are you just being
it's literally I'm holding a crackling warhammer trying to decide if I'm gonna hit him now.
He can see the doubt in your eyes, and he sort of he responds with, "Look, we've stolen some shit. You can have it."
Rack on this other guy. 22.
Yeah.
Now my back's in it, and I'm gonna re-roll that 1.
All right.
So that's 13 instead.
All right, got it. Cracks into this guy. And absolutely, sends lightning through his sort of piecemeal armor, and he sort of judges for a bit. So that is 13.
Yes, 9 bludgeoning, 4 lightning. And I will. I know I can't drink a potion, but could I get a potion out and like hold it, and as a bonus action, and then have it be able to drink it as a bonus action next turn?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
So long as you're not holding anything, so long as you're not, using that hand for anything, yes.
Can I do it in like the shield hand? Because that's kind of it's like occupied. Okay.
Yeah, you can do that.
Then that's what I'll do.
Yeah.
So I go back to back with Shagchel. So this guy is like 25 degrees, the other guy's 75, but I still got a little bit of line. That's my turn.
All right. Maltham.
Alrighty. Seeing how this man is staying his hand, I'm gonna pull out my other short sword, Zephyr Strike again, and go around to the other dude's back.
Zephyr Strike, Zephyr Strike, Zephyr Strike.
Sort of normally, the normally hobbling dwarf just turns into a blur as he passes pretty much straight through the spaces between everyone, like air, a rush of wind, and moves around to the back of the other dwarven individual. And
Stab,
yeah,
stab,
so
stab.
make your swing. It's an advantage that hits.
And then off the offhand is,
The first one hits, but the second one does not.
yeah.
You should have swing that first momentum hitting, and then the offhand you sort of stumble a little bit and unable to get to connect after the
Starting
change
for
in
everybody,
momentum.
that throws you off balance.
Yeah, the change in momentum after the first strike definitely throws you off balance a bit.
Ah,
So that is 12.
yes.
Yes,
12 damage total.
got it. Sort of jab it under his gut, and he's looking pretty rough. That you too?
Just, you should join your friend and surrender. At least you have a chance then.
Fuck you.
Yeah. That will be me.
Alright. And it comes around to his turn. As you fucking run, and swings his mace at you.
Oh boy.
13 to hit.
Just on the money.
So that is 6 bludgeoning. Sorry, no, not 6, 3 rather.
Ah.
And the second one, he is like still reeling from the pain and like goes halfway through a swing and then just stumbles and then catches his side. Scout is not happening. Attica.
Okay. Has it been long enough? It's been 10 rounds since I cast Magic Stone, right?
Not
No,
10 rounds.
it hasn't been
Been
10
like
rounds.
3
10
rounds.
rounds. Never mind. Yeah.
Yeah, you're good. You've got it. You can do Magic Stone again. You can throw another stone.
I clicked the wrong one. Oops.
You're good. Alright. Sort of almost point blank range. Presumably into the guy immediately below you there.
Yep.
Alright. Yeah, absolutely hits for that. Oh, actually, no, sorry. Magic Stone for a 10 does not hit. You should have swing,
Yep.
and as he's sort of stumbling over, it just sort of goes boom, just behind the back of his head. His hair sort of whooshes a little bit behind it.
All right. That is my turn.
Alright. It's the Goliath individual's turn. And he's going to sort of back out of the range of Billy for a moment, and then move around to this guy, and is going to drop its axe and then just lunge at him with his hands. Grabs the guy, pushes him to the ground. And just sort of pins him with his like massive meaty forearm on this guy's throat, and he is effectively incapacitated.
Oh. I look at him, I guess, when my turn comes up.
Yeah, he's like there. And he's just sort of like leaning on this guy's throat, and he's just looking down at him. Oh, fucking dear. Yeah, and that is his turn. Your turn.
I look up at him and it's like, so are we sparing this one? Are we tying him up? Or are we killing him?
Deal with the other one.
Okay. And I call the wolf over to attack this guy and drag his ass to the ground. So, bites. I guess, does he have advantage? Yeah, he's got advantage because he attacked with friends.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, definitely hits and is able to sort of get him in the side of the throat and immediately just fucking shred his neck. He's gone.
okay, yeah, he rips his throat open, the guy just starts bleeding. The wolf just is on his face.
Yeah. Yeah, that guy's.
The classic giant wolf on the guy, tail flopping in the air while he's just ripping into his throat and his face. The guy starts screaming and then starts gurgling into the as the wolf just starts eating his face.
And then the Goliath just sort of releases the pressure on the guy's neck for a moment, and then just fucking power drives his head into the ground.
Oof.
And he's unconscious. And then steps up. What's going on, actually? And he's, just panting. And just sort of resting on his weapon. And he's still, like, a little cautious, but he's just sort of looking at the rest of you.
Yeah, Shag is already sheathing his weapon and putting his bow, unstringing his bow.
I don't know what your real name is, but you did good work. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you. Posters are not super accurate.
It's okay. I operate.
He sort of rubs his neck.
I would like to walk over to this guy, kind of just give him a poke with the head of the warhammer, make sure he's really unconscious. Then I would like
he's proper unconscious.
Yeah, jiggle his head a little bit. Then I look up at the person. They're just still standing there with their hands up, ish.
He's not got his hands up. He's panting and resting on his warhammer.
No, we're talking about the archer.
Oh, the archer.
This guy
the
up
archer,
here.
The archer is still. Actually, make a real quick perception check.
Oh, okay. 16.
The archer is actually run off during the middle of the battle.
Disappeared.
Oh,
fair.
Like as soon as Rav has given them the opportunity, they've just left.
Fair.
Okay. Well, never mind the thing I was gonna do.
You're good. I apologize if that.
No,
was...
it's yeah. I do not have a thing to do now.
All right. All right. So the Goliath in the village is panting, and sort of pushes his hood down. Again, I apologize. There's a reason why I chose to plunder these roads.
Shell pulls his hood down, shakes his bloody hair and sweat off his face. Why not just live with the free folk?
I couldn't make it through the hills.
Well, you said you got bounty. Where's that? And I guess what's this one's name? And I'll kick lightly the guy at my feet.
If I can't that much ask, he's a bit of an asshole. And as for me, well, your friend here well knows we don't get names.
Josh, did we have the same idea?
You look at Melthar like not sure, like as he's pulling out another vial, as you saw him fill a vial of blood from the other body.
Yeah, and he sort of goes, yes, let me, and he's just sort of looking through his stuff for a moment. Let me double check. You'll forgive me if I need to keep a little bit of gold to survive, but here is 20, and have these, and he pulls out 3 gemstones.
Like holds up a hand to have the I assume he drops it all into some kind of bag.
Yeah, he sort of takes the 3 gemstones and drops them in the bag of gold.
Thick. How do we feel about this guy breathing?
I'm not averse to just killing him and letting
Which
him
guy?
rot in the sun.
The guy in the
Yeah.
unconscious guy?
Yes.
The
This is I guess I'm kind of calling this over to Malthard and Tika, who are crouched suspiciously over the body. I'll also just like take a moment and I'll relieve him. He has like a regular mace, right? I'll relieve
yeah,
him
he's
of
got a
that.
mace and a sort of like a scrappy light crossbow.
Okay, I will take the light crossbow and just kind of toss it to the side. Unless anybody wants it, like I will probably break that just so that he can't have it.
It's pretty scrappy. It would probably be only good for like another 20 or 30 shots.
Okay, I'll take the time to just break. Like I'm just making sure
Yeah.
that if we are gonna let him go, he has nothing to come after
Yeah,
us
you can
with.
just like cut the string.
Yeah, perfect. Just snap it, and I'll take the mace. I'll pocket that, and if he has like a dagger or something in his boot, I just check.
No, just the mace and the crossbow. Twin
Okay.
bolts for it.
And
Sick.
Colin,
I will pocket those bolts.
Colin back. I'm not in the business of bounties, but at the same time, if Xiao Xiao knows this person, obviously he got his ass kicked thoroughly. Fuck off on this road.
I don't know him personally, but I know his circumstances. Perhaps after we finish our task for Alendril, I can help him with the task that he needs to get safe. If we could perhaps take him with us to see Alendril and Vrenker could help oversee him while we finish our task. I could then do what I do best and help him
We'll
later.
remain in these hills for a time. If you come back this way, I would be appreciative of your help. But I do not trust the civilized folk of this place.
Look, I don't want to drag this guy. I don't want him walking behind us. You knew him. Do you want to deal with it? And I'll look at the Goliath.
He sort of lets out a sigh and then just sort of reaches down and sort of gently cradles his head for a moment, places his forehead to his own, and then you hear a swift crack as he just sort of moves his hands in the opposite directions and the dwarf's neck snaps.
Put the warhammer up, and I'll say, it was a good fight, but I think I had you in the end.
Maybe. A friendly rematch another time, perhaps.
I'll make sure we come back this way. And you see, like, I'm starting to deflate as my minute of, like, hulking out is going down, but I'll, like, offer him a handshake if he'll
He'll
take
sort
it.
of do the, forearm handshake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
On Predator.
You know that. Oh, would do you well up north.
If I ever find myself that way, I'm sure it will. But there's a lot of unhappy business to travel between until I get to the far north.
There goes. Wish you go by boat. He sort of says axe and slings it over his back.
I almost just decided that Billy was gets thick, but I think I'm gonna think about that before I make that character decision.
All right. Well,
Hey,
thank you for.
you know me by the poster name, the Rats. I'll
Mhm.
give you my real name. They call me Xiao Xiao. What is yours?
Again, I have only recently been freed.
Well, what do you want to be called?
I do not know. Perhaps I will think of something by the time we next meet. I do not know the culture of my people. I never have. But I will. try and think of something other than giant kin.
Give me a second. Chow Chow thinks for lump himself. Because he's met a fair share of Goliath, and he's worked with many. Yeah, give me a second. I'm trying to think of something.
From what I know, it would be best to wait until I find myself a deed worthy of a name. But regardless, please, I would not hold you any further.
For now, let's call you Path Seeker.
That works.
As a placeholder. When you find your path, when you find your true path, you can change it. Just something so that I'm not just saying, "Hey, you," because that gets old real fast.
It does. Well,
Okay, Path Seeker.
depends who you ask. But yes.
I'm Pat. I'm Shao Chow, and for now, we'll call you Path Seeker. And he says that he says it in what language do I speak? Yeah, 1 second. He speaks giant. He speaks giant. So he says it. He says the equivalent of it in giant to him.
Yeah.
So he says it. He says it in giant, Path Seeker. That'll be your name. That'll be your name for now. And we'll find when you find another name that you prefer to be called. That's what you'll be called. But yeah, stay scarce, and whatever the gold he gave us, my share, give it back to him. Use that, and here's some. And I gave him some rations that I have. Use this to keep yourself full. When I complete our task, I will come back and help you to get to a safe way to get back to your people.
I know not your customs, but the spirits of my previous allies have left their bodies if you have use for them. And then he turns over to see them already making use. I see I need not dissuade you from that.
Yeah, we have some opportunistic ones among this group.
Opportunists survive.
Indeed.
Well, I'm glad you are not carving out my liver.
I'm glad that you listened to reason.
Time.
Malthorn like those livers carving out.
I shall see you another time in more favorable circumstances.
Very soon. Stay safe.
I'll do what I can. Farewell.
Farewell. And as Rug walks past him, he nuzzles his leg and then licks his hand.
He sort of takes his chin and sort of lifts it up just a little bit, and he gives him a little bit of a scratch, and then pushes his forehead to Rug's forehead before letting him move on. And pulls his hood up and moves off. So, did you guys want to butcher the bandits?
No.
It's
me. No. We have places to be. We have places to be.
I mean, that one guy that got mauled by the wolf, he got ate. He got ate partly.
Yeah, that's eaten partly by a wolf, butchered by a man that I have to then walk next to for the rest of the day is a whole different beast.
I know.
My
I
friend.
was a joke. Shao Chow has not butchered people. He's not a cannibal.
Yeah. There's probably enough blood in these guys to get, like, I don't know. Because I noticed you guys were getting some blood.
Shao Chow's actually kind of curious.
A couple vials from each of them.
What's the blood for?
I think you were too busy to know about the blood.
I was not bashful about it at all.
No, well then never mind.
He would smell the blood. He was like,
You know,
yeah.
obviously, I'm not the hardiest of ones, but I'm looking for different attitudes.
Okay, so it's for alchemy.
Strictly.
Okay.
I'm not going around hunting people, but, you know.
I mean, they're already dead. They no longer need the blood. You're not using it for any foul
if anyone
rituals.
wants to make, I'm gonna say a medicine check to determine if these guys have alchemical ingredients in their anatomy. You can do that, but that is up to you and your morality.
I will.
All right.
Oh my god, me too.
Wait, what?
They're gonna see if they have alchemical reagents available in their organics.
In their own blood?
If they can be harvested.
No. These people that they have killed, if there's anything
God.
of their organics that may be harvested, because people are creatures.
Yes.
What check was that?
Medicine, because people.
But
You guys have no fucking
Wow.
clue. I mean, you could always just take a couple of random organs, but other than that, you don't know.
Fucking freaks of nature.
uh,
You look, Atika,
love-
you looked at me weird for getting meat.
who did?
Atika, in the very first session.
This is the part where Atika and Maltharn start to realize they're both very similar in their morality.
Alright.
Look,
Are we
do
doing
whatever you
like,
want.
fucking, what was it? Boulder parchment shears for, the hearts?
While they're doing that, Shao is gonna walk over. Is gonna get Bill's attention. It's like, after that old mess, I was planning on making cleaning up, of course, but also possibly cooking us something hearty out of out of animals that we caught on the trail.
I mean, I'm sure we didn't eat that whole buck, even
No,
in
you've
4
got some
days.
stuff left.
Yeah,
You've
we've
definitely
still
got a
probably
bit of
got.
it.
And we put
Like-
that inside of the ice chest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say you've
Which
got like a day's worth of like good eating.
Probably, yeah,
Yeah.
because this is if we're
Yeah.
4 days in.
Okay, so
And-
yeah, Shao can use that to make a nice hearty meal for everybody, so we can get a nice, good, restful meal out of that.
Hmm.
Can I have looked for my favorite plant these 3 days?
This is an instance, but you can on the following, like you've been already doing that. That's what your roll's been for, and then you can make another roll as you continue towards it.
I mean, would Shao
Damn,
notice
that one
we're
is
looking-
for the 4 days. Oh shit. Okay.
Would
I gotta
Shao
roll
notice
better.
I mean,
you're looking
yeah,
for something specific?
I'd say you can make another roll, sure.
Okay.
Are you looking for something specific? What I noticed that
Yes.
you're looking for? Okay. If Shao notices enough and he says, "I could help you with look for what you're
You
looking for,"
you definitely see that I'm like constantly looking at plants. You have seen that like 1 or 2 times I've walked off the path and gone and looked at something, but I don't think I would mention anything unless you specifically asked.
Yeah. I guess because when I'm foraging, I also it's like I have experience foraging and gathering various kinds of plant life and fauna. Perhaps I could help you find what you seek. I don't care. I don't need money. I'm happy to help you find it, so you don't want to waste your time.
Hmm.
I would appreciate a second set of eyes. I suppose I could keep a spare eye peeled if you're looking for anything specific
I can-
as well. I wouldn't ask you to harvest it for me, but
Okay. Well, I
have
can also
a-
do this, and he whistles to Rug, and calls to Priya if possible.
Root comes, and then a couple seconds later, you feel a wet spot on the shoulder, and you look to the side, and there's a little bit of bird poop there.
Yeah.
And then you
And
see her up in the
he
tree.
turns on speak with animals again, his daily use of it. It's like, hey, this one is going to teach me of a plant that they would like us to find. Keep an eye out for it. Please let me know. I appreciate it, and I will give you a treat if we find any.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then yeah, they have so what do you explain what you're looking for?
yeah, I say I have a vested interest in acquiring as much wolfsbane as you can find. It's a rarer flower, but
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with that one, and so I actually because I have some flowers in a journal that I have. I pull out a pressed wolfsbane. I like wolfsbane, and I hold it up and let him sniff it, and I hold it up for the crow. This is what she's looking for.
She takes a little bit of a pick out of it.
If you see it, let me know, and I'll let her know, and we'll reward you with treats.
All right. So, yeah, I'd say, Nate, feel free to make a survival check with advantage.
Bounty.
So yeah, you'll occasionally hear the crow
21.
cawing at you.
You found you're sort of looking around and you find an area that looks right, but it takes you a second to find an actual patch of wolfsbane that you do manage to find, but it's primarily of I forget the wolf's name.
No, Rugarel.
Rugio. Rugio. Or Rug for short.
Yeah,
Many
Rug.
middle
You find sort of
consonant
Rug sort of coming through and manages to spot something that, thankfully, for was slightly lower to the ground, manages to spot through a little game trail. A lead to looks like a decently sized patch of wolfsbane.
Hell yeah. I would like to, real quick, just harvest that up.
Yeah, feel free to make the check. So it's herbalism if you got it.
I have the alchemist supplies, so I'll take time
So
to
it would
get
be
mine collected.
survival or it'd be survival. If you don't.
Oh.
Have herbalism.
I can help you with harvesting it if you need.
Oh, that's how that works. I thought I got to use the supplies for both because the alchemist supplies didn't have a restriction. Is that not what that meant?
That's the alchemist restriction is harvesting and making concoction. Harvesting ingredients and making concoction are two different things.
Got it.
Yeah. The no restrictions is for like properties that you can use or like different ingredients.
Okay, then I definitely want to talk to you about switching this feat because it does not work for my stats at all.
All right.
Yeah, yeah, no, because I thought I could use my intelligence.
Do that.
Okay, so survival then.
Yeah.
That is a 19.
All right, yeah, that is definitely enough. Even without a herbalism kit, you're able to sort of gather up. I'm gonna say that's a pretty good roll. There's a decent amount of wolfsbane here. I'm gonna say you can get like a full, 16 ounces.
16. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot here.
We are cooking with gas.
Is there enough for a second person to help with harvesting some more?
He's taken all of it.
He's got it all. Okay.
Yeah.
Math. Okay.
Also,
16 ounces, which is 4 units.
Would Atika object?
16 ounces, not 16.
No, 16 ounces.
Sorry.
Each unit is 4 ounces, so it's
right.
Yeah. It's not that much. Yeah.
No, yeah, I thought you said 16 things of 4. I was like, holy shit, Deroli.
No, it is 4 units.
Mm-hmm.
But that makes up a full pound of
Okay.
wolfsbane, which is a fair bit.
Yes.
That's like almost as much as you need for like a full month or projects.
If I had a pound of a certain herb, I'd be damn happy.
Quite a bit. Yeah, so that's probably like the third day of whatever, and I've gotten this.
All right. So as you guys continue onwards, you guys can make an additional survival check if you want before you hit SRS to try and find ingredients.
First, I would ask Atika if she would want one of the dwarf hearts, and then we,
Have you pulled out a dwarf heart?
Well, the only thing I know is that hearts for most animals work, so I would assume it probably would be.
All right. Do you want to just real quick make me a medicine check to pull out the dwarf's heart without mangling it?
I will try.
Oh dear.
Because there's 2 dead dwarfs here.
Would I be able to assist him in that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I would. I think because Atika would absolutely be down. Let's figure this shit out.
Pulling out a dwarf heart, maybe 2. Let's see.
Mm.
17.
I just see the lamb mangling people
Mhm.
up into meat pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Yeah, you get that.
alright.
Dwarf heart.
And there was a
And-
second dead dwarf, question mark?
Yep.
I will attempt on that one as well, so we can both each have a dwarf heart. Oof, 12.
That is enough.
Alright.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you have 2 dwarf hearts.
While this happens, she'll be making some offhand comments to someone named Puspita.
Spita.
You got it.
I will hand that to
yeah.
her and give her a little bloody fist bump, like, good work.
So,
Hell yeah.
yeah, does anyone want to make a survival check to try and find potential further ingredients as you travel to Esras?
Me.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Very good.
Miracle!
You actually come across a field of. It's not a whole field of wolfsbane, but like wolfsbane is just scattered throughout the field.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Like it's like a field of various sort of flowers and beautiful grasses, and wolfsbane is just sort of scattered about it. So feel free to anyone who wants to let me know what you're looking for, and you'll probably find at least a little bit of it in here.
I will definitely snag some wolfbane, whatever Billy doesn't care
Yeah.
about, as well as if there's any more crooked yew or
There is no crooked yew. This is not the right area for it.
fair.
We are in the plains.
Yes,
Anything
crooked yew
that says
requires
plains
yeah.
in
Yeah,
Turtles
plains
land
or
thing.
hills kind of area.
um
And if there's anything that's like similar in biome, then feel free to ask. There might be some.
Gotcha.
It's more of a guideline than actual rules. As they say.
he said the thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
I'll look for a heart bloom then.
Should I make
Absolutely.
multiple checks to harvest, or is this still going to be one check to? Because if there are a bunch of discrete,
How long do you
things,
want to
how do you
spend
want-
here?
I will try not to hold up the party too much if
Right.
I see that everybody else has
I
interest
will
in
say you
doing
can
stuff.
make one check, and that is for like a good amount of wolfsbane potentially.
Okay, then I will do just the one. Fuck yes! All my bad
Very
rolls
nice.
all night are all to give me this.
I am going to say you get another £1.5 of wolfsbane.
Beauty.
That is another
my
6
ass
units.
out. That was now I'm almost to how much I thought you gave me.
Yeah. So you have 10 units now
Yes.
from this trip alone.
Yes.
You've been getting very lucky.
Yeah.
Malthon, you're looking for heart bloom, did you say?
Yes, and if I can't find any of that, I'll probably snag what I can in little time with wolfbane.
All right. I would say there's like a couple of smaller clusters of heart bloom that you could potentially get. But I'd say maybe only two or three actual heads are ripe enough to harvest. So if you want to make me survival or herbalism will give you better results.
I will herbalist my kit.
All right. Let me just. Where are we? Where'd I put it?
It would be DC 14.
Okay, thank you.
Alright.
I forget.
All good?
I have to look it up every now and then.
It's mooned! Shit!
Yeah. Yeah, you unfortunately, your clumsy hands kind of butcher this one and pull it apart. It might have not been right in the first place, but yeah.
Yeah, even with the adept harvesting, that is butchered.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Yeah. Did anyone else want to take a look for anything?
I think I'm good for now.
Chow, did you want to take a quick look for any ingredients?
I mean, just like foodstuffs and stuff for
Yeah,
supply.
absolutely. That's easy enough to do. Feel free to make I'll say just a survival check to find what you can. Maybe some more vegetables and the like. You find like maybe a couple of sort of wild onions.
Oh,
Yummy.
would this be a place to find death cow?
No,
No.
this is not the right environment for that.
Would there
You would
be?
need,
Got it.
it's, that is specifically like a like a darker and yeah, mushrooms require a very different. They're not conducive to growing in plains for the most of the part.
Oh wait, okay. What
Yeah.
about like nettle then?
Yeah, nettle. You might be able to find some nettle.
Okay.
This happens over like a long rest, right? We have already would have rested after the big
Yeah,
fight.
no, you would have rested. You're good. It's like over days. Yeah, you're able to gather some nettle. I'm gonna say you get. I'm gonna say. Yeah, you get about a pound of nettle. So 16 ounces of nettle.
Awesome.
And yeah, after a very fruitful gathering, on your last sort of couple of days towards Estadas, you eventually make it there.
Hell
Just move the fucking arrow so that it's not in the way of everything. Yeah. As you enter Estadas, or sort of its vicinity, there are
We are still
multiple.
on the other map. Just again.
Oh, right. Let me do that for you. Are you?
Is my roll 20 just fuck?
Probably.
World map?
Oh, I wasn't. I was on the big map.
Yeah.
The
World
fuck?
map?
My roll
Maybe
20
refresh.
is I just did and now I'm here. What the fuck is going on with my roll 20? Sorry, excuse me. My HP isn't updating and I can't even see the right page. Oh, that's what it is.
Are we good?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was good. All I needed to do was reload.
Sure. I was just wondering what was going on. Yeah. All right. So yeah, you guys make your way to Estadas. Honestly, before you even see the walls of the city, you see rolling, just pristine fields, with people working in them, mostly sort of large, burly, individuals, some handful of orcs, maybe the occasional Goliath, sort of plowing the fields and sowing seed and that kind of thing. And then you eventually sort of come up to the main gates. It's not massive walls, but they're significant. And you sort of come up to the gate, and the gate is open. It's a decent time of day, and sort of there's a guard just sort of taking note of who's coming in. And definitely a couple of weird looks for Billy, but even weirder looks for Attica and Xiao Xiao. Particularly Attica. It's like you get a couple of weird looks and a couple of mutterings of people. If anyone understands Sylvan, does anyone?
No.
All right. In which case, there's mutterings of it under people's
Mutterings and spits on the ground.
feet. Sounds almost a little bit like prayers. But yeah.
Atika feeds off of this. She's noticing and vibing.
All right.
Xiao Xiao pulls his hood a little farther over his face.
Yeah. Yeah, and so you guys enter the small city. There's the potential for you guys to go and hand in your bounty for the griffin.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also the potential for maybe finding some given this proximity to the swamp, maybe some rumors about the swamp, or even advice about it, or even perhaps a herbalist or alchemist of some kind who might be able to sell or buy ingredients, or even concoctions. But yeah.
I was gonna ask that. Is
Mm-hmm.
there how common is like, hey, I need to rent a laboratory type vibe?
That's not a super common thing. However, most decently sized, honestly, like most like big villages will have an apothecary, and the apothecary will probably have a laboratory. However, depending on whether they're working on something at the moment, they may or may not be able to rent out the laboratory for a time.
Right.
But yeah,
Okay.
I don't think any of you have really been in this area that much. But if you want to ask around, you absolutely can.
I spent more time here than I've spent in friggin' Manure. Probably again came around, but got sort of the same glacial reaction.
Does an apothecary count as common folk?
Do you have a background that lets you influence
For
common
what
folk?
purposes?
Folk hero.
Rustic hospitality. Hell yeah! I
Um,
love it.
I love it.
I would say it would depend on the apothecary. In Renur, probably not. In here, you've got like a 25% chance. The tiefling thing makes it a little difficult.
She's really feeling
these,
that minus
these
one
specific
charisma.
lands. Yeah. But yeah, you can certainly ask, and that may give you some slightly favorable stuff. But we'll see.
Definitely looking around for where to drop off Griffin bounty though first, because this head's getting a little fucking right.
Why'd you open the stasis thing? Just leave it in there. I told you to stop poking it.
Listen, I'm fascinated. I'm always looking for new ingredients. Okay.
I know you fucking keep that weird shit on lock here.
But yeah, you guys can find the bounty office if you want to. It definitely takes a little bit of bureaucracy and fumbling through. So if someone wants to just make me a real quick intelligence check to do the paperwork, right?
Does my urban bounty hunter background let me do that with advantage?
Yes, that will let you do that with advantage.
Then I will try and do it, even though my intelligence is not the super great. 17.
All right, so you're familiar with some of the legal processes with this kind of thing. You're able to get it sorted.
My heavy sigh tells many a story of late nights trying to fill this shit out so I can get paid.
So yeah, with the paperwork, it is you should be able to get 150 gold on the morrow.
Since it was 250 for both of them, right? So one for just the one. Yeah, that tracks.
No, sorry, it was. Sorry, I miscalculated the exact thing, but I think it was. Actually, no, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Woot.
Never mind. Regardless, 150 on the morrow. So you'll have to come and collect that in the morning after the paperwork's processed. But you have the afternoon and evening to yourselves. Would you like to do anything particular in Esteros, or are you guys just going to take a rest?
How much do we sell that Griffin's head for the bounty?
You're going to get
tomorrow.
150 tomorrow when you come back. It's just the paperwork. It takes a second.
I would like to. You mentioned that there may be other bounties regarding creatures in the swamp here. Just avail myself of them. I would like to see if there's a board or anything like that, or if there's a somebody who looks like they're actively looking for work, probably in the same area that I went to turn this in. I don't go searching bars and stuff like that.
Yeah. There aren't any sort of active bounties per se. The trouble with the Moondra is because of the long lifespans of elves, they often take a very long time to get around to anything. They're very much like, oh, I'll get to it next decade kind of thing. And
I guess then I'm
while,
looking for a non-elf.
yeah, while there are a couple of, well, pretty much all of the governmental body of Moondra are elves. It's basically illegal for them.
No,
to do.
right, but like a
yeah.
bounty guy, a
Yeah,
hawker of
You can find
business.
a couple of sort of like community posters that are just like, hey, be wary of the Sturges, and be wary of potential trolls and that kind of thing. And then on the bottom, tacked onto the bottom of the Sturge and troll warnings, are just sort of little, not quite embroidered, but like hand drawn, so it'll look embroidered, little like almost like sticky notes, that have just been put on the bottom of those. And the border says, it just says Angie's, in sort of very nice, fanciful looking font, but it's kind of like, it's grandma fancy rather than pretentious fancy. And it says on each of them, we'll pay for Sturge Proboscis, we'll pay for Troll's Blood. And at the bottom of it, it has an address for an apothecary.
This looks like a good place to go and have a conversation. I don't know about you all, but I've got some business with some potion bottles, and having a pre-prepared laboratory is better than setting one up in my hotel room. So, who wants to come to the herbalist?
Sounds like a plan.
Always willing to
You
have
are-
a look.
2 down. Check, chow, buddy.
Sure. I just gather things. I don't really know what you want me to gather, but I'm sure I'll tag along.
I'm just really trying to work on the camaraderie.
Okay.
And I just,
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to come along.
great, love that.
Right.
Ooh,
So yeah, so you guys can make it to Angie's, which is definitely a
it's called Angie's.
yes, it is called Angie's.
Is there a list?
And
No.
no, and there is sort of there is some bordering around the edge of the shop that is sort of, again, it's very grandma fancy. It looks like it was all sort of hand done, and sort of neatly painted in like sort of pale pastel colors. And it's just, if you enter, there's one of those.
Is there a macrame hanging from the
Remind me
ceiling?
what a macrame is.
It's stuff that's woven together, and it's like mobiles and.
I will get you
yeah,
guys
there's a couple.
images.
There's a couple. And as you sort of enter, there's there's that.
Chow is immediately intrigued by the macrame because it makes him think of like dream catchers and such.
Yeah. No, there's a fair few macrame.
Yeah, he's totally enraptured by those. He's just like,
Yeah.
the craftsmanship on this is wonderful.
Yeah. And as you're just sort of looking around, there's all sorts of like quilting and embroidery, and like all of the labels on the various meticulously organized sort of jars of like cures for just very basic illnesses and that kind of thing are hand embroidered and just sort of pinned there. And each little vial has just like a little wax stamped heart on top of it.
Does she have any clothes for sale?
It doesn't look like there are any clothes per se. There are a couple of there's like a kids like try it yourself thing where there's like like baby's first herbalism kit, where there's a couple of like children's leather gloves and some very, very watered down ingredients that they could potentially mix together. And there's a couple of like small little boxes of those that are available for sale.
Step by step, little sips of health kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and it seems more like, oh, we'll make something spicy or make something tingly, rather
Yeah,
than
this
actually.
one makes gummy worms. This
Yeah,
one is
that
is
yeah that
oobleck.
yeah that kind of thing, like kids chemistry set kind of thing.
The the,
Adorable.
the growing fishies you put into
Yeah,
a water source.
and
If you leave them in
as
a
you
giant,
guys
they may grow
sort
bigger.
of coming around, you hear it, thup, thup, and with each thup, more and more of an elderly gnomish woman appears above the counter, and she steps up on what looks like what was probably a small step ladder behind the counter, and she sort of has a warm smile, um, and pushes some half moon glasses up. Hello, how are you all doing?
Excellent.
A
Oh,
mess.
You would
oh,
be
that's a shame.
Angie.
Yes, I'm Angie. Lovely to meet you. Oh, your ears are very fascinating. I'm sorry. Is that rude?
No. Like just a little, like the one slightly put off flick, but no, I get it a lot.
Oh,
Xiao
very
Xiao leans
adorable.
real close and looks at her in her glasses. She gets that often. She's a little different.
You look a little different too.
Atika blinks.
Slow blinks. Clink clink.
Hello.
We're
You all look. Ooh, except for you, Mr. Dwarven fellow. Other than him, you all look relatively well. Are you looking for curative elixirs for your friend, or?
what he's looking for is separate from the reason that we are all here.
Yes. What would you be here for then?
Was the paper that we saw like the kind that you would rip down and take with you,
No.
or did it seem to? Okay, then I'll say we came across your wanted ads and we were looking
Oh,
to get a
yes,
little
yes.
bit more information. Prices per sturge beak and say ounce of troll's blood.
Alright. Let me look up my ledgers. I I'll pay the standard rate. Sorry, let me just find it.
I
Yeah, I just
believe
wanna
it
see if
was
she's giving a
Sturge
better deal or not.
proboscis, Miss Billy.
This a beak
Um,
bit.
Oh, semantics.
Yeah, troll blood is 20.
Yeah,
Jesus,
so you
20 gold,
sell-
but for a
you
pound
sell-
of it.
You
Yeah.
you sell stuff for a half of what it's worth usually.
Okay.
Yeah. And there's also a fair bit of busy route around these times. I would go out and collect some of the herbs myself, but the sturges have made it a little difficult. Also, do be careful. There's quite a lot of them out there.
Have you had any luck warding them off with anything, or perhaps attracting them with any specific baits?
Not necessarily. I do know they prefer to come out at nighttime. So you could potentially avoid them during the day. Although there are, of course, other creatures that could be avoided instead. It's a little rough at the moment. But you look like rough and tumble folk. Seem like you could probably do it. And there's not really any rush about it for me. I've got still a decent stock of ingredients.
So besides the Sturge's proboscis and the troll blood, you're also after herbs.
Yes, well, I mean, I'll pay for most any um most any ingredient that might potentially be useful in uh curative elixirs, um, or really anything much else that isn't actively harmful.
Well, I
Um,
do have some leftover refined bitters after some botched healing potions. Would you be able to use
oh,
that?
yes, I could use a little bit of that. Would you mind if I analyze it really quickly?
Yeah, and he hands over one refined bitter unit.
Yeah, and he takes the one that you had there. There was 2 health, if I remember correctly, on it.
Hmm.
And she said, well, I can give you 5 gold for this. Does that sound fair?
Sounds fair.
All right. Let me just, and she bottles it up in one of the nice little bottles and puts the little um seal of the little wax heart on the top of it, and takes in and hands you sort of 5 gold coins in a stack. If you're looking for any concoctions or anything like that, please do let me know. We've got a little bit. If you've been refining your own ingredients, does that mean you're a prospective alchemist yourself?
Not really. I'm more of a gatherer and an herbalist.
Oh, well, I have a few accessories that might be helpful. I've just recently had a few uh, belts come in with some rather useful quick access pouches that you might find useful. There are a few other accessories that might be useful if you're looking for them.
If it's okay with the rest of you, I wouldn't mind surveying these goods.
Not at all. Uh, Amy, Angie, you had, do you have a laboratory or access to a little bit better than, and I kind of just like pat an alchemist pouch.
Oh, right. I do. I'm just working on a little bit of a perfume for one of the noble ladies in town, but I can shuffle that to the side a little bit if you're wanting to make use of it.
For a few paying customers, I just have a few concoctions that I'm looking to make.
What would you be purchasing?
I would love to take a look at the quick access belts as well as any healing potions you have.
Yes, I have a couple of healing potions. Got 2 of these little basic ones. And, well, to be honest, they're not enormously strong, but they fix any little boo-boos. Um, and these ones are for the slightly bigger boo-boos. And takes out a couple of larger healing potions. Um, and yes, there's a couple of uh, useful items if you're going to be going out and about. Um, we've got quick access belts. They're got a couple of those. I've got 3 actually. Each got 4 little uh holsters where you can quite easily um drink up whatever's in them. However, I would be careful as it does leave them a little bit exposed. Um, so if you were to be fighting anyone as uh, looking at your attire seems to be the case, um, uh, then they might be able to break them. But that would be, yes, up to you. It shouldn't be easy for them to do, though.
Would it require a dedicated effort in your mind?
I would think so, yes.
I'm gonna need to invest in a cape of some kind. If I get this, I guess. And is it the 5 gold as it's listed in the
Yes,
companion thing?
yes.
I would definitely be interested in at least temporarily experimenting with it.
I would as well.
And yes, I've recently just managed to get in some better tools for myself actually. So if you don't mind them being secondhand, I have some minorly enchanted herbalism equipment.
Ooh.
Hmm.
Ooh. And what's the enchantment on the herbalism equipment?
Oh, it just makes everything just a teensy little bit easier. Helps keep cleanup easier, helps things mix better, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
It also means they're much more hardy, which I've been thankful for a number of times.
That does sound pretty damn good, Nav.
But they are second-hand, so I wouldn't ask full price for such a thing. If you're hoping to purchase them, maybe 175. I don't know if that's out of your price range. I know enchanted things can be a little expensive.
Fortunately, it is outside of my price range, but it sounds like a very good deal nonetheless.
Yeah.
question.
Mm-hmm.
We got 3 gemstones earlier. Do those
Yes.
are any of those
They're
worth
10
enough
gold pieces
to?
each.
Okay, so not enough
Um,
to like bridge that gap.
and
Okay.
they are also potentially alchemically useful.
Okay.
I rolled earlier. It was, let me remind myself. One was where I put it. There was an azurite. There was a hematite, and there was a tiger eye.
Go back. I'm gonna run to the restroom.
And if you have things you'd like to trade for it, I'd be happy to sort that out.
I do have a potion, a bottle of poison that I'm looking to offload if you'd be willing to offset it against the cost of one of those common potions of healing.
Sure. Would you mind if I took a look at it?
Absolutely.
So what does that actually do?
Injury 1d6, bottle of poison.
All right.
I don't think I had any other information on it.
You're good. All right.
It was a result of Shagchel doing
Hmm,
potion stuff,
yeah.
and it ended up being poison instead of healing.
Well, it's not terribly potent. But that is fine. I can still whip it around into an antidote or a cure of some kind. Um, I would say. Oh,
Rat poison! Yeah, you have a termite problem, lady? Just pour
yeah,
that on your fucking counter.
yeah, pretty much. Um,
Takes a nibble, dies on the spot. Holy shit.
Oh no!
um, ah, so let me just double check something. I could do, let's say, sometimes I could do this for around 15 gold pieces.
That sounds like a deal to me.
Lovely. Um, so, uh, what were you hoping to purchase? You have
Common
the.
potion of healing.
Oh, yes. The were you looking for the minor healing or the the normal healing?
The normal.
Yes. Of course. That is let's see, that's around 50 gold. So if you reduce the 15 from that, it brings it down to 35.
I'll turn out 35. Pass it over along to
Okay.
the 5 gold that's already stacked on the counter.
Thank you. And she sort of, moves everything around and hands you the potion. Once again, it's got that little heart press on the top of it.
It's adorable.
And
And
just
yeah, there's a little uh So there's all just like a little card with a note that this is enjoy your potion, fare thee well, and the like, that kind of thing.
Aw.
Yeah.
I have this. That was really hard for me to math. And just which I would love to take your your space, your laboratory.
Yes, by all means, just a moment. And then she goes back and sort of cleans everything up a little bit, and then takes you back, and it's definitely rather pleasant smelling. It smells of lavender for the most part, and then a little bit of formaldehyde from the chemical stuff going on. And Billy, what's your passive perception again?
10.
All right. Anyone else coming in?
I would say, at least when I came in, I was definitely looking around because I want
you can make a perception check.
because because this is like a new environment specifically that I'm looking to work in, so I'm looking to check it out.
You can make a perception check. Yeah.
It's worse. I'm
All
very
right.
focused on that. Okay, so
Yeah.
what happens is the smell of the lavender fucking obliterates my heightened senses, and I immediately go, "Oh," and my eyes start to water, and I'm just like, oh.
It's a very nice smell of lavender, but the formaldehyde does hurt a little bit.
It's just intense. It's just so much
Yeah.
all at once.
Oh, I'm so sorry. The fumes usually, I'm sure
No,
you know. And,
you're fine. I just.
would you like it? And she pulls out just like a small basic respirator.
Sure.
She hands it up to you, and it as she sort of takes and lights the sides of it, and just some nice smelling incense comes in and helps you breathe a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, yes, this is my setup, and everything's it's much lower down, but it is all very pristinely organized, and everything's. So you might have to, like sit down or like kneel down to do everything.
Do I see a stool perhaps in one of the corners of the room? Sized for her, of course,
Yes.
but like, all right, something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, I thank you so much.
No problem.
Be sure to in the condition that you provided it in.
Yes. And no charge needed, seeing you already purchased some things.
Your assistance is much appreciated. I hope we could do more business together.
I hope so too. You seem lovely. And she reaches up and sort of ruffles your hair a little bit.
Can she reach my hair? My arm hair. My arm fur.
She sort of pats your shoulder a little bit.
There's just a really funny image of her trying to go.
Yeah.
Like, she goes for it. She goes, nope.
She sort of
Can't
goes
make it.
for it, and then and then realizes the reality of the situation. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna make stuff, and we'll resolve that after everybody else is done. Potions take a long time.
And then she sort of leaves you in there and comes back up. Does anyone else need anything?
Yeah, I was curious. How much you'd be willing to pay for some Glowthorn? I have good 4 units of it.
I suppose I'll play the normal market price. I'd say that would be fair. So that would be half of the normal price. Half of the listed price, rather.
Check that.
Goddamn Skyrent merchant logic.
Yeah.
It works well.
But yeah, you're good with that. Yeah, it is 15, so 7.5 for each unit.
Alright, so then I would just sell it 4 for 30, and then I'll be taking one of those boats as well, so slide another 5 back towards her.
Oh, of course. Which one of the books?
The what was it? The alchemical belt. The quick grab.
Oh, the belt. Sorry, I thought you said book. Yes.
Well, actually, does she have books here? Like listed ingredients?
Yeah, there are a few tomes of of ingredients and that kind of thing.
Oh, how much are those?
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely like kind of like grandma's old cookbook kind of thing. There's a couple of them, and they are clearly written by her and copied by hand by her, and the illustrations are intricate, but they are by her. And it's all very beautiful, and there are some sort of pressed ingredients, and that kind of thing. And there's even the occasional, there's actually one that she has that is her own that she seems to sort of thumb through occasionally, that she seems to have used a little bit of alchemy and soaked in a concoction into the page so that when she opens it, it's almost like a pop-up illusion of the plant.
Oh, that's cool. How much are those clearly well kept? If they are for sale.
Oh, did you want this one?
I would love that one. Those I could definitely learn a lot from. I'm dabbling here and there.
Usually, the other ones, I did take a little bit of the essence and drip it onto the page. It's a little bit of a scratch and sniff thing, so you can smell it and then check whether the plant is right. But then this one has that also. This is my personal one, but do you want to make a real quick persuasion check? I'll say with advantage because she's really nice.
Oh, God, this is gonna be beautiful.
Poisonous plants in the scratch and sniff book. I feel like that needs to be addressed.
It's not enough of an essence to be harmful. It's just like a little bit bitter.
Essence of nightshade.
Yeah.
Your nose suddenly gets real numb all of a sudden. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah, it's not like proper that. It's just like the smell, and the smell is not always the same chemical as the actual active ingredient. But yeah,
I imagine those books have to be kept for at least a year before they can be sold, just so we're sure everything's dried out in there.
yeah. You know what? I could make another one. It took a while to do this one. I'll let it go for 10 gold. Does that work?
I'll give you 12 just for giving me your personal book there.
Thank you. And then she hands up. Oh, I almost forgot. And she takes out some little cards and takes them out and sort of lays out one for each of you and then puts a stamp on each of them. And it's like one of those loyalty cards that you have at a coffee shop.
She has point cards.
Yeah.
I want one. I'm in the lab, but I want one.
Yeah, she's put one out there on the desk for you.
Thank
when
God.
you come back out. And just for those of you who have bought stuff, by the way.
I don't know if Shagja's bought anything yet.
So she hands you the card anyway, even if you haven't bought anything.
He looks at it and he sniffs it very solemnly.
Very, very slight smell of lavender.
He tucks it into into one of his pockets very solemnly, and he says, I see that you have these woven basket holders. They're very well made. I also see the other handmade items. Do you knit or crochet blankets?
Yes, I do a little bit.
Do you have any for sale?
Oh, well, I've never much thought about that.
I don't think you should sell them regularly, but if you have one available that you wouldn't mind parting with, I would pay a fair, healthy price for one.
And then she goes into the back for a little bit, and then comes out with a fairly large one. Actually, it's large for her. It's only just big enough to cover you, like up to about here.
Yeah, it's a good throw blanket.
Straight. Yeah. I have this one. I did the stitching a little bit off, so I didn't want to give it to my grandchildren. You know, they deserve the best. Tell you what, you could just have this one.
No. This is fine craftsmanship. I refuse to take it for any less than 5 to 8 gold. You name the price.
All right, 5.
And he gives her 5 gold pieces.
But you get a stamp. She puts a stamp on your card.
Thank you. Tucks back in.
No problem.
So yeah, now his rickshaw has been upgraded with a kind old lady's handmade blanket.
Sort of like embroidery
Plus
around
one
the
to
sides and
competence.
that kind of thing. Yeah.
Make sure you increase your competence rank. We're all tracking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But yeah, did anyone else want to get anything?
I would peruse a little after getting that book.
Yeah. You also get the stamp. If you buy anything, you get the stamp.
Bring him a stamp of approval.
Mm-hmm. But yeah. Sounds good. Nate, did you want to do your alchemy thing now, or do you want to do it another time, or like after the session, I guess?
I would love to. I mean, it seems like we're winding down. We're probably gonna
Yeah,
get
more or less.
a thing here and then and let go at the night. Would this count as an established indoor laboratory?
Yes.
Okay. So with that, and I have a +4, so I get make a +5 thing. It's-
For the purposes of your stuff, you don't actually need to refine the wolfsbane.
Right. So is there
Yeah.
just no check if I don't need to refine it?
No, you have to brew it still, but it's as per the stuff that I sent you, and the document that I shared. But it is not it is not difficult.
What is the because that was the DC calculation I've been scrolling looking for. I don't see where the brewing role is.
Oh,
'Cause it's-
I've put it. It's specific because the thing that you're making is unique, and it's not necessarily part of the system per se. So you just have a flat DC for each thing that you make.
Oh, okay. So that's
So
okay. So then I
that's
can just
up
so then I meet the DC by being here because I have a +4 because I'm proficient with my alchemist supplies.
Yeah.
So with the +5, that beats the DC 9 to brew.
Yeah,
So
you
I
don't need to
will.
roll then.
So then I have two actions to brew because I have a +2. So I make 2 doses.
Yeah. Cool.
With that of it each, and I'll come out smelling like fucking lavender and wolfsbane.
Hell yeah.
All right. Sounds good.
And I'm like I look woozy from the smell. Like it's like, ooh, it's getting to me.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
we
yeah.
lost V.
Oh, we did.
Oh, she's dead.
Chores need done. 4 hours sleep. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. But yeah. Cool. Anything else anyone wants to do?
Alvarn looks like he wants to be like a kid in a candy shop and buy way too much, but he'll control his spending for the time being.
Okay.
Because he already knows he extended his wallet previous. So
yeah,
just kind of see Billy there, like.
You're just sort of playing with the book with the pop-up illusions.
Oh, I'm having an absolute ball at that.
It looks like if you sort of take a good look at it, there are actually like actual pop-up bits, and they sort of the illusion blossoms from them. Yeah.
Chow Chow's clutching his blanket very fondly.
Lovely.
Also, he's quietly like walked over and he's like looming over Maltharn and looking at his book quietly, but trying not to impose.
Alrighty. So, in which case, honestly, we could probably leave it there if you guys want to do that.
Yeah, pretty much. Other than just maybe find an inn for the night and start poring over this book.
Yeah, you can do that easily enough. I mean, the only notable thing is that there are no elves in it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Fuck those guys.
But there are dwarfs. Oh my fucking god!
Yeah, it's a cheaper one, and yeah, no elves in it. Yeah, I could look up the name, but I can do that next session.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Hey, hell yeah. What about
Mhm.
XP?
Oh yeah.
I normally don't do XP. I just do milestone. But if you
Okay.
want to do XP, then I can figure that out.
It's burned into my soul to always ask at the end of the session.
I-
You will say milestone, and
Well,
I will probably still ask you for
yeah.
XP a couple sessions.
I
in a row
don't.
before
I
get
don't
it.
know how. I don't know how much, but it's like you're. I don't know, like a third or half of the way to the next level.
Excellent.
I don't know how much that is.
I
I'll say
fucking
a
love
third
it.
of the way.
Excited. Probably like just a 1,000.
He likes my
Um,
martyr. He likes my martyr complex ex-slave.
God. I love that. At the same time, even if you did accidentally drop you're a slave, it's like legit Malthon would just be like, I don't give a shit if you're a previous slave. I'm in the business of hunting beasts.
Well,
How
in
much-
Renurs, the slave races are considered beasts. But
How-
yes.
Fair.
how much does a coin weigh in this game?
Couple less than an ounce.
Is it less than an
I don't
ounce?
know.
I think
It depends on the coin.
Yeah, there actually
Oh,
is
true,
coin weight.
right?
Yeah, I don't much remember the weight of coins.
Because I need to. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong place.
There is a pound of what you're looking for as like a treasure item, I think.
Oh, it's under that. Okay, I'm in section.
Yeah, trade good. It's worth 5 gold pieces.
Okay.
Strapping up for that good old alchemy bandolier.
So it says it in the thing, in the documentation and everything, but the alchemy thing, it has 4 slots in it, and you can consume something that's in there as a bonus action. That's kind of the middle ground between the house rule that everyone does and read as written.
What page of the
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 alchemy
fuck-
thing. It is
Yeah.
page no, not 21. Quick access belt is page 19.
quick
Equipment.
access? No, yeah, but for the thing that is a pound.
Oh, that's not. That's basic like PHB DMG stuff.
Oh, I'm stupid.
You're
Got it.
good. You're good. It's not a normal ingredient. Like it's not technically a normal alchemical ingredient unless you mix it with something or do something to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what you've got there, yeah, it is just a pound, and it is worth 5 gold pieces, and you can probably wander around and find that from like a blacksmith or someone.
Oh, that reminds me. I did mark that Malthor would try to keep the pelts preserved. Are the... Well, actually, I don't know. Would Shell let me keep those in the chest of preserving so we could sell those to a tanner?
Sure.
If that is permissible.
The
Yeah,
pelts of
just
what
ask.
now?
Pelts of the rabbit
Oh,
hair
the beast.
and
Yes.
the deer.
Yeah, he wouldn't have a problem against that.
How much would we get that? Like maybe 5 gold? I don't know.
Or what now?
Deer and rabbit hide.
Just make a real quick survival check to see how well you tan them and skin them.
All right. Uh, 20.
All right, pretty good. Rabbit hide, it's not massive.
Yeah, couple
But
silvers
I'd say
maybe.
you did it. Yeah, I'd say you can get 5 silver for the rabbit, and you can get. Let's go. I'm gonna go 5 gold for the deer because you roll higher.
Alright. So 1 silver, 1 gold each.
Yes. Or if that's how you want to split it.
I mean, it's I'd go for that, unless Billy says otherwise.
I apologize. I was typing, so I was not taking
You're
in
good.
information. There was a question for me, and I missed it.
The hides from the beasts we caught Malthar and prettied them up and sold one for 5 silver, one for 5 gold, and split like obviously 1 gold to each, 1 gold and 1 silver to each of us.
Oh, okay, cool. Gold. Yay.
Yay.
Money.
Cash money.
It pays for the inns. Yeah. For the current time and circumstance, I think that would be about as much as I can think of. Wow.
All right.
And then obviously just pouring all night as much as I can until I have to sleep to get full gainful rest over this wonderful, impressive alchemy book.
Yeah. But that does, I will say that book does grant you advantage on like identifying herbs and all that.
Oh, fuck yes.
Yeah, basically identifying any plant-based ingredient, that is advantage.
This is Maltharn's new treasure. Nobody touch it.
Oh, also, I forgot to mention it, but each of the cards, because it's your first time here, come with just like a teeny little woven, like a scent packet of dried lavender.
Ooh. I'm gonna tuck that into my beard so I smell pretty.
Yeah, I imagine what you actually do is you like put the lavender in your beard, but based on the way you said that, I think I pictured you just taking the packet and like opening it and sticking it into your beard, like a scent packet in a car.
Oh, best idea. Thank you. I'm gonna braid it into my beard braids.
There you go.
Potpourri beard. I smell good.
Yeah. Cool.
Oh, so for harvesting ingredients, specifically for general plant, the secondary means is nature, right? So that's an int. So
yeah.
that is an int thing that I can do.
Yes.
Okay.
So yes,
I'm
you can do nature. It's just you hit the DC increases by +2, but that's not that significant.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, then keeping adept harvesting makes sense in that case.
Yeah.
Since I already have proficiency in nature.
Yeah.
So it's the same, it's the +4.
And you also are considered to have the half proficiency. If you don't have the but yeah, let me double check or something. Where did I put the ingredients? That's the wrong one. Where is it? That is so that is in my brain's fried.
Yeah, I feel it.
It is. I'd say the thing that the question you asked me, the answer is that it has a value of, I'm going to say 60.
Woo!
Because the ingredient total value is 45.
Wait. If a pound of one thing is 5
A
gold.
pound is not worth wolfsbane?
No.
Or
I asked about coin weight and because I was
coin weight?
talking about I was trying to calculate the weight of
Oh.
silver.
I'm confused.
Oh, grinding up silver coins.
Oh, grinding up silver coins?
Yeah, how much? Because one of my ingredients for the other thing is
Well,
silver.
I would say you can just do 50 silver coins
Okay, 50
Yeah.
50 silver.
because it's 5 gold
Okay,
pieces.
for
Yeah.
6.
Are you
Yeah.
grinding legal currency?
Okay, so the ingredient. So then the ingredient value
making
is
a really, really big one of those souvenir coins. It's like a massive one.
40. Oh, my math was off because I was staring
You're
at
good.
16 twice. That's what it was. Okay. So it's 45 and 60. Gotcha. All right, I updated the Billy alchemical notes sheet with the correct elixir one because I had the old one. That was why I was confused.
Yeah,
I
you're
was
good.
asking about the DC,
It happened.
and I just updated it with specific
Also,
cost per recipe.
you're
ingredient.
good with like the effects of it that makes sense and that works for you. Is that reason? Do you think like it works? You can text me or any like ideas you might have or like questions you might have about it. But I'm just wondering, like, does that seem to like make sense and go, okay, yeah, that like that makes sense, that works, kind of thing.
Yes, I would like to add like one word onto the end of it because I would like to be able to use that ability without giving up my potion of the week. So
Yeah.
I maybe transforms involuntarily or feral or
Yeah.
whatever one of those two.
Yeah. Sure.
And both of you shut your ears.
Add that.
No, I'm kidding. I was kidding,
Yeah.
but like you are not taking in information here.
I can potentially do that.
I definitely don't have information, man.
I just erred on the side of slightly less powerful. Yeah.
And if that's how you want it to perform, then that's absolutely a thing, and I'll make sure that I've got more than I have currently on me.
I might just leave it as is, and then when you take it, it's just another week from that time. Because you're not going to be like,
Yeah. Well, until it becomes an open. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah. I guess I wanted it to be. I'm realizing now.
The idea that I had was that it basically.
Do you want to go downstairs real quick just so we can talk without choosing words?
Fair. Oh man.
Well, sleep back, and you have a good night, man.
Have a good rest, man. Towards the end of the night. Obviously can't share secret recipes of the witches. I laugh. It's really good because I know a few private recipes of the Brethren Beasts. Not a stretch of them. Obviously I won't list them here just in case somebody watches this back. But, you know, I could definitely say the alchemy's been pretty damn fun. I've been holding on to a thunder grenade in my back pocket until necessitated use is required. Also, I hope everyone has been having a glorious night as we have started refining our alchemy bits at the end. And obviously, oh, actually I'd have to link it, but if anyone would be interested, there are the GM binders and all that you could procure for like $1 or $2. Have the same alchemy system that is as wonderful as this. Customize your own potions and effects throughout the entire game if you ever have interest of your own. Slowly getting over your egg. Yeah, everyone's gotten sick all at once. I feel bad. Longbed was sick. Witch Alexis, you were sick. And, you know, friend Neil and frickin' Matt were all sick as well. Rozzie's now getting sick. It's the approach of winter. It's the encroaching slow cool fall that's just now sent everyone into you know, go to bed mode. And I don't blame you. I hope you all have a swift recovery and a easier time. It's heading spring. I forget that so much. it's heading to fall and winter here for me, and it's getting warm, so it makes sense. So reversed, like hay fever and pollen are messing with you. And then all the other spores of everything else coming out from the plants are coming to assault you. But yeah, also as you were saying, which Lexus, I'll just say Lexus because you already know I'm talking about you. But yeah, Maltharn, I kind of laugh because the DM was kind enough to let me do stat rolls, and it was like, oh, you could do Poi Pie, and I just kind of looked at the stat roll and I was like, I could make this work. I have 2 good stats. I could make this, you know, okay and workable from this. So even after my stat up level ups, still sitting at dexterity 15 and wisdom 15. Horrible. No strength, no con, minus charisma because I'm such a heinously fucking ugly and also like less reputable kind of, you know, I'm not even gentleman. I've given some people some pretty, not harsh nicknames, but some pretty crude nicknames of wobbly, dusty, and, you know, bones and hunt, you know, squatty like that and all that. It's just, ugh. But yeah, Altharn sitting at a ranger and think fuck he has expertise in some areas for the variant ranger. Otherwise, his perception as well as his survival and all that would definitely not be anywhere near as good as it should be. It's good to have a good charisma roll. But obviously, God, I do have a -3 for my persuasion and performance. I can't even be deceptive or even intimidate. It's so bad. A -3. God, I've had to make a few charisma rolls already. They've been pretty impressive considering I get a nat 20 and I only roll a 17 with after stats. All this handled. I think this is a good spot to leave off on because I'm fairly sure they'll be discussing alchemy for a good while. I know it took me probably somewhere around like an hour and a half last time of alchemical refining. It's a very intricate and fun system. So tonight I will bid you farewell. Obviously, excellent reminder of tomorrow. We'll be starting probably 8 p.m. Realistically, I'm going to say maybe 8:30, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Ashes of Otrin. And then immediately following up to that, I will be jumping over straight to, it took me a while to think about it, Festering Faiths at midnight for my own DM'd game. So that'll be tomorrow at 12 midnight Eastern Standard Time as well. So it's just back-to-back D&D. And we'll see if there's a pirate game or not. I might stream that as well, just for, you know, shits and gigs. Have another good 12 hours of D&D streamed straight for everyone to enjoy. We'll have to see. I can't promise the third game. People might be tired at that point, but we'll have to wait and see if we have everyone. Fill out the side. I hope to be able to fill out your entire day. obviously, it has been a wonderful night. Thank you all for joining me for the stream, and I will see you all tomorrow for the glorious combat and the continuation of Ashes of Otrin, Festering Faiths, and possibly Drathian's pirate game. Oh. So with that, I will bid you good night, good evening, good afternoon, and good morning. And until next time.
Okay.
Night, Josh.
Good night.
I appreciate you all guiding me just for that. Good night, chat.